Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, January the 7th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen, please. All right, thank you. You know, it's funny, I don't have a lot today. I mean, I'm doing my pre-market work. I'm kind of getting away from these low floaters that pop and just fizzle. I mean, it just almost makes no sense to talk about them. So let's just take a look at a couple of them, though. ABSI looks like it's trying to hold. Actually, it's not such a low float either, 58 million. ABSI is trying to hold. Got as high as, what, 1057 in the pre-market. A collaboration with Merck. This is the one that, you know, it's got no volume yet. It's a UK stock. I don't believe our float information of 91,000. If you look at the press release, it looks pretty impressive. It's a pretty new IPO. It looks like they're getting a $100 million upfront payment from Sanofi, and with up to $5 billion in royalties, etc. down the road. But the $100 million upfront, just not really trading that much. I mean, it's up 13%, but the volume is putrid, so don't really know what to make of it. Again, I don't believe our provider with 91,000 in the float. I checked some other sources. Looks like it could be anywhere from 10 to 15 million in the float. Whatever it is, it's low float, but it just hasn't moved very much on that news yet anyway. KSS could be, let's see, I'm just looking at here at the monthly chart. It's been downgraded by, I don't remember who it is who's downgraded them, but UBS. UBS downgrades it from 66 down to 38 price target, so a ways to go. And as Roberto mentioned earlier, SYTA destroying shareholders with that financing. Financing's at $2.30, down 46%. Again, I'm just going to mention these. I really don't have any faith that they'll do anything, but who knows? QNRX, again, a couple of topping tails right up here around 250. It's back down to 190. Maxim has put a $5 price target on them. MRIN. And just put Amazon in your press release and look out. So MRIN, news after hours yesterday, something to do with Amazon. Is a low float, 14 million in the float. Kind of holding. 200-day moving average is up here. And of course, how can I not take a look at GME? GME, craziness after hours yesterday. This is 415, went from 130 all the way up to 176. It's pulled back $20. This looked to me like just rehashed news, the NFT part of it anyway. But they're saying that the Dow Jones report saying that, plans to launch a business unit dedicated to NFTs and cryptocurrencies. All right. And AMC popped at the same time. In sympathy, I guess. Of course, these are the two big meme stocks, but also giving it up quite a bit. I mean, that was a high of 26, down to 23 now. And DNA a little bit up. Yeah, it's not much now. Looks like Kathy Wood has bought another 2.1 million shares of DNA. That's what I see as a report. And BPT, I only mentioned this as this is a 10-day break. Starting to fall now, and it's not up that much. Again, I'm sort of Don't have a lot this morning that I'm really interested in. I'm going to be way more interested, especially if the market is, it's relatively weak. I know the jobs numbers came out. There's a gap down, little recovery. Of course, I'm going to be way more interested once the market starts to take a look at the 10-day daily breakdowns, things like that. We had some sensational plays from it yesterday. Yeah, DWAC had a big move at the end of the day. It has pulled back, got as high as same with the GME and the AMC. Almost they ran in 10. Well, actually, that was actually during market hours. I guess the platform is supposedly going to launch on February 21st. That I guess is the news on it. Crypto's getting kicked again. I'm just looking at some of these crypto plays. BITO, Mara, Riot, Hut, you name it. Crypto cannot gain any traction whatsoever. So now, since this launched, this is now an all-time low. This was to great fanfare, the Bitcoin ETF. And since it launched in October, it's gone from 41 to 26. Yeah, that'll do it. I'm just saying ODT is actually showing up now in my gap downs, and I'm just reading your comment, Ori, about it being delisted or suspended on January 18th. Why wait? Yikes. Hopefully nobody was in this one. Gosh, it's actually shortable. For me at Interactive Brokers. All I know is you can detach it, Jay. The gear here, if you can see that gear, there's a gear somewhere. Again, I don't quite know what you guys see, but excuse me, there is a detach right beside the sound icon. In between the palette and the sound icon, there's an icon that says detach chat. So you can have it floating anywhere. Yeah, who knew? Well, I guess people knew. Yeah, with the mining issues, Bitcoin mining issues with Kazakhstan. Incredible, isn't it? ABSI guys, some good volume coming in now. ABSI, some good volume coming in. See right there, it's highest volume bar now of the pre-market. This is on a Merck collaboration. Could lead to payments of more than 600 million. Could lead. All right, guys, 9/11. Let's see what sort of action we have from the analysts this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. They've been very active this week as we get into the new year. And they are, wow, they're still at it. There's no way I can get the entire list in, so I'll get a few of them in terms of the upgrades and the downgrades. This is the most active I've seen in months. Wow. Both on the upgrade and the downgrade side. So again, let me get a few of them in. Unfortunately, there's not a list I can copy. I have to literally type them in. So let's get a few of them in. Let's see, first of all, if there are any multiple upgrades. Multiple upgrades meaning the same stock being upgraded by various firms. All right, I see Starbucks, a couple, Oppenheimer and RBC for Starbucks. SBUX. And the Goose has got another upgrade. Had an upgrade yesterday. Goose, Canada Goose, GOOS, had an upgrade yesterday also. Interesting because a lot of the retailers are getting downgrades. There's just so many. My goodness, there's just so many. Let me scroll down to the bottom of this list, see if I see anything that's kind of interesting. ALGS from yesterday being downgraded by JP Morgan. ALGS, that was one of the big winners yesterday in that 10-day daily breakdown. All right, that's enough. I mean, here are some of the upgrades. Now we'll take a look at the downgrades. That list is as large, if not larger. You know what, guys? I just blew that. Oh, well. I think, okay, those are the downgrades. Okay, so that first list are the downgrades, actually. These are the upgrades. So I just have it reversed. So again, when I said an upgrade for Canada Goose, it's actually a downgrade. All right, just a few more to go. Man, oh man, there are just a ton of them. I see DISCA. DISCA was showing up. DISCA was showing up on my scanner. That's enough. Too many. So the first one here, I made a mistake. This should be downgrades, okay? So these first ones are downgrades. The second one are the upgrades. So I don't think I can edit it. I'm going to have to delete it. I don't want to type them all back in. Unless I do this. All right, I was able to do it, okay. Okay, I've got it right now. I just had to, I was able to copy the link. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, I was able. I haven't had to do that before. All right, ABSI. Let's see, ABSI. A lot of volume came in, but it didn't help the stock. Well, I guess we should keep an eye on BBBY. One of the meme stocks again. I don't know if they're going to get a hold of it. Looked like they did after hours. Had a very poor earnings release, but it didn't matter. That was yesterday. The earnings release was yesterday, but it didn't seem to matter. AMC is on the move here. AMC is on the move. All right, DISCA, DISCA. Okay, the 200 days up here, 29.55. So that's about $2 away. That's not too bad. It just had an upgrade. I'm not sure exactly why, but it's had an upgrade. Upgraded at Bank of America. So there is good movement. I mean, that's good movement. 163 million in the float to go up 6%. That's pretty good movement. Yeah, this GME, it is quite amazing. This looked like this had to be completely dead yesterday. Sinking down to 100. Remember, got down to $120 yesterday. And we are now 163, but it was 175 after hours yesterday. So there was a swing of about $50. 121, 120, up to 175. How about $55? KSS continues to drip a little bit here, guys. This is kind of, I mean, with this price target put on it, $36. What's the low here? 45.24. I want to see this. 46.21. 47.46. So yeah, so the next low on the daily chart is down here at 45. All right, let's take a quick look at the sectors. What you're seeing here, yeah, I wanted to see how I could take a pre-market trade. This is in the simulator, okay? With this new setup here. I was just doing some practicing. I'll get rid of that now. All right, now let's take a look at these sectors. Let's see what's happening. I'm going to the dock channel bar. I'm going to click on the sector status. Check to see what's happening 10 minutes before the market opens. And as usual, energy, again, still pretty good, 95%. So what you're seeing here, if you're new, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And so, for instance, here's energy, XLE, the energy main ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up the sector. So at 95%, what that means is 95% of them are up from the close of yesterday. Now, they don't have to be up a lot. Look, this is like 0.2% and all, but 95% of them are up from the close of yesterday. So energy remains buoyant, as opposed to tech. Right now, only 32% of them are above yesterday's close. Financials, not bad, 62%. Healthcare is about 50-50. Communications about 50-50. Material is pretty good. Old school, 72%. Industrials, old school, 50%. So I mean, got a mixed bag going here. But obviously right now, as we speak, if you're going to take an energy play, and this remains like this, the odds are in your favor. Now, this could all turn around. You look at this an hour from now, we could have some big differences, but energy has been like this for the last few days. When we've taken a look in the pre-market, energy has been pretty strong. The last, now 100% of them are up. Well, up, at least not below the close of yesterday. So that's why you see the zeros. So again, when you're trading, especially if you're trading something that is not an alpha stock, something that is truly trading on its own, not really caring what the market's doing, what its sector is doing. Maybe it's got some specific news, maybe it's an earnings play. If it's not one of those, and you want to get into say, let's just say for argument's sake, you thought, I'd like to take this little energy play that I'm seeing, but energy, and we've seen this. Up until this last week and a half, 2 weeks, when we were looking at this in the pre-market, everything was down. Like this was 0%. All right. But again, right now, energy is hot. Yeah, the SPY is almost flat. We're looking at, at least on the SPY, we're looking at a bit of a flat open. Okay, give me one moment, please. So we've got disc K and we've got disc A, and they're both running here. I don't know exactly what. Let's see what the volume is. 74,000 for that one. My guess is that this one's a lot more. Yeah, 361,000. Yeah, just an upgrade. Just noticed there was an upgrade this morning from Bank of America. And yeah, Bank of America. So they're raising their price target from 34 to 45. Okay. So that is the reason for the, I guess, the move for disc A today. Definitely a nice move right now. Now the next high looking left is 27.93, getting close to that. Pretty big float, 163 million in the float. So I mean, the big move is probably over. Well, guys, let's see now. What time is it? 9:27. So about 3 minutes to the market open. Just give me one more minute. I'll be put myself on mute for a second. All right, I'm back. Now again, as what happened yesterday, we had some very early alerts in the 10-day daily breakdown. Look, my recommendation is to try to let things settle down a little bit. We run the risk of something that's breaking down and it keeps breaking down and it never stops, yes, or even in the breakouts. But you know what we saw yesterday and what I see time and again is you start taking alerts right at 9:30 or 9:31, and you can be in for a lot of whippage. You know, stocks that go up, down, up, down, up, down before they kind of settle down. And that's what happened yesterday with some of the ones from the 10-day daily breakdown. So even though we might get an alert, I actually tried with the idea of putting a 10-minute delay. You know, just using our time filter, putting a 10-minute delay. But I thought, you know what? I want to see the alert, and then at least what I can do is thumbnail it, and on one of my other monitors, and then I can track it. "30 seconds. Thank you, William. Yeah, so let's have a great end to this first trading week of the new year. And again, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, we're now open. So MRIN. Yeah, ABSI, yeah, not doing much. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So the little star for a while yesterday, EAR, is on the way down. Okay, EAR, EAR on the way down. Their big deal was, I guess the criminal investigation had been dropped, so that popped the stock huge, but it did give it up. I mean, could not hold its gains, and now it's below. Well, not quite. It's not quite below the low of yesterday. AEHR on the way down. Actually, didn't even really not that much reaction post market. They released earnings after hours yesterday, and now look at it. AEHR. This actually could show up on this in the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, obviously it's a 10-day daily breakdown. The volume is too light for it to show up right now, but it'll pick up, I'm sure. Meanwhile, the aforementioned discs, the A and the B, or sorry, A and C moving. But again, it is early. ALGS continues down. All right, what is the market doing? The market, let's see, the Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, NAS is down a little, so no major direction yet. And holy smokes, you know, I almost did this, but I don't know, I didn't. Look at the dogs, guys, DOGZ. You talk about, I mean, that came in the option scanner at about 780, I think. And this closed down at 322. And it even came in this one, even later, maybe about 4. Just absolutely destroyed. DOGZ. There were tons and tons of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Well, Disca guys, I mean, it's you know, it's giving me a little move here. That 200-day moving average, excuse me, 29.55. So, about $1.40 away. Lots of volume. Well, so much for ABSI. Not shortable for me, unfortunately. ABSI looks like it's really starting to fade badly on that Merck collaboration. It just has not been able, I mean, it's still up 43%. Tons of volume. 500 times normal. But again, it's early. So AEHR earnings play. Once that volume picks up, because I have my minimum volume, I believe, is at least 500,000. Yeah, 500,000. So that it'll have to make a new low. So I mean, it's going to have to get all the way down here. That might be, you know, that's a problem. 1829. It's going to have to take out that low also for it to show up here. All right, I suppose we have to look at this QNRX. QNRX, so there's some volume coming in. We have no float information on it whatsoever. All right, we saw Swim yesterday. Swim was in yesterday. And this is, yeah, because we saw this. It may have been on another scan. I don't think it showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Look at the room it's got. I mean, when I say that, look at the low here, 1644 for Swim, but it's a little early. You know, that's all I'm trying to say. It's a little bit early, 936. You know, things can chop around a little bit, but this looks really interesting. 111,000 shares short at available at Interactive Broker, so that's not an issue. Well, guys, the discs are going wild. And if you have the AI, you can see it there too. So this has now gone through the 200-day moving average. Well, it looks like that price upgrade really worked. I mean, from $54, from 36 to 54, or whatever they said. And Weibo, China stock, Weibo. Boy, this is, somebody asked me about this one yesterday. I mean, this is now turning into a pretty nice breakout. 34.31 was the next high looking left. It's taking that out. So the next high looking left at 37.43. It's got some room, guys. WB's got some room. Of course, it's in a 10-day daily breakout. Really keep an eye on this swim. It takes this out again, this low here of 1934. It's a relatively low float, 29 million in the float. And it'll be actually easy to get the stock because it's not down 10%, although might have been down 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule will be in effect today. If I can't quite tell if this was down 10% yesterday. No, there's no doubt about it, guys. I mean, this guy is on the move. Where's that Jay who said this was a terrible trader? All right, guys, let's see if this swim stays in this area. Watching this swim here, guys. I think if it gives up, I think if it gives up into the low 1920s, it could get rolling, and that's for the swim. Meanwhile, disc A, guys, I mean, it's an awesome one from the AI also. 2817 on the alert, 2881 right now. And now getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. About 60 cents away, 64 cents away. So keep an eye on that. If you took this one, it's a big winner, guys. I mean, disc, I did take it, but it's a big winner. Yeah, okay, we have something from we didn't have one yesterday, the unusually strong options on the way up. Barclays, BCS, got a huge float, 4 billion in the float. What do we have looking left on that monthly chart? 1140. Boy, it's going to take a bunch to move this. I mean, with that float. So I'm not wild about that one from the option scanner. Here's the one on the move. Sorrento, SRNE on the move here, guys. Straight up on that second 15 minute. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the first 15 minute. I'm just continuing to watch this swim here. I want to see if it really starts to get back into the low 30s and then into the 1920s. You guys have been mentioning, yeah, we saw Bed Bath & Beyond in the pre-market was moving. Yeah, pretty good move. Okay, guys, again, I'm just watching the swim as it's trading. The market's doing, Dow's down a little. So tech is having a bit of a rebound here, guys. Tech, NAS, or at least the NAS is having a rebound. SPY's up. Dow's down just a little. Market's basically not doing too much. Well, actually, the market's had a great rally after those job numbers. Shrugged off the job numbers. Who cares? I don't even know what they were. Bit of a different day from yesterday with the 10-day daily breakdown. By this time, we'd probably had about 7 or 8 in this window, in this scan. Okay, so here's a word about the AI. Okay, I'm just going to tell you right now. Well, okay, it did sort of bounce a little bit. But I mean, 28.17 and then it got down to 28.31, almost to without taking any profit. So I'm just saying, in my opinion, the best way to use AI, you have to manage some of those exits. All right, guys. Well, swim is going the other way for the time being. We saw this happen yesterday. I don't know if swim is going to come back down, but swim is going the other way. That's why I always say, you don't have to jump into these things immediately. We saw this yesterday with several of the ones that eventually they turned around and then they turned into just basically all day shorts. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen with swim, but there's the alert. I'm going to stick the alert or I've got my price alert set at the same price. Oh, I think it's already happened. 5:30, right there. You see, so your initial reaction, if you can see my screen, Linda, look at the SPY at 5:30. See that big red candle? So that was the initial reaction, but a total recovery. Quite a bit of a different day today, and a lot more alerts early on. Not too many alerts yet. So for me, anyway, a bit of a snoozer to start. Just sort of not okay. There's this DNA. So it says that Kathy Wood bought 2.1 million shares. I don't know if that was today or yesterday. In her ARK fund, it's done very, very. Let's take a look at SARK, the inverse. So actually, a red bar. Look at GameStop, guys. I mean, a $16 or $16 drop just like that. 15, I guess. All right, BEKE is on the move. Actually, this is so dogs. It did get halted on the way up. It actually got halted on the way up. DOGZ got halted on the way up. Hey, who knows? This could be a great bounce by today. Let's take a look at the halt. So there it is, the halt at 308. No clue really where it's going to open. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay, guys? Nothing to do with trade ideas. But this is giving you maybe a clue about where it could open, but 308, 310. So no real clue where it's going to open when after the 5-minute halt, if it's a 5-minute halt. Wow, it's a massive sell-off now for GME. Whew. I mean, this goes 107. Well, first of all, let's look what happened. After hours, it basically closed around 131. After hours, they made this news about crypto and NFTs. Got all the way up to 176. Even this morning, tried to get it back up there, but look at this. And I do recall yesterday that you bought ARK, didn't you? Shady? Mm-hmm. Come on, swim, drop. Now, my favorite, of course, that'll show up here will be stocks that are not only making 10-day daily breakdowns, but all-time lows plus some news that is really devastating them. That would be the trifecta. You know, swim is not that, but it's got a lot of room when you look left. I don't see any negative news necessarily. Ah, now I see the news. Okay, so this may not do anything then. Yesterday we did see the news on it, and they were going to offer 12 million shares. Didn't see a pricing, but the pricing is 1950. Okay, so this is not as exciting. I'm gonna just sort of wish I'd seen that before. Well, it didn't matter. I didn't take the trade yet, but I wouldn't have paid as much attention to it. So, I mean, right now it's just a little bit above the pricing, the financing of 1950. Well, actually, Marin worked pretty nicely. There was the alert at 469. It's at 5 now. High, pre-market high was 513. They had an Amazon press release, or they had Amazon in their press release. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, it was halted, it resumed, and it's halted again. DOGZ, yeah, halted again. So this is turning into a nice little bounce play, guys. I don't know if there's any specific news for the reason for it going down yesterday, as well as there was no real reason for it to go up. But I'm not sure. I can't remember if there was any specific news other than, people finally taking a lot of profit, and then, the snowball down the mountain effect just took effect. Tried to get a short on BEKE. I missed it. Not necessarily specific, Wolfhound. I mean, I think you need real time data. So at the very least, you need real time data. Okay. Now after that, time and sales and all those other things, level 2, which we don't think you really need, but that'll be up to you. But at the very least, you need real time data. I think most people take. I think it's about a $10 a month package. Okay. Morpheus, we do have a block scanner. Okay, if you right click on an alert window, are you a subscriber? But if you're not, I can tell you, yes, we do. Block trades. Okay. New sub? Yeah. Okay. So if you right click on an alert window, in fact, let me give you one. If you really, I don't use it, but let me just give you one that I've got, and you can take a look at it. Block trades, alert, and it's an alert window. Share. Okay, now what you'll see, let me just load it. So, the quality, this is why I wanted to give this to you, because a lot of people don't know this. So I have the quality column in here, so it'll actually show you the number, like the actual number of shares. And also in the description, it'll tell you if it was at the bid of the ask or below, okay? Things like that. So you can have this, play around with it. I think the minimum I've got here is 50,000. I believe the minimum has to be at least 20,000. Okay, so I put 50. You can adjust it if you want. And of course, a price range and all the other things, but that'll get you started. All right, QNRX lifting off 2, trying to lift off 2. And we have no float information on it whatsoever. I got as high as 250 in the pre-market. Maxim has put a $5 price target on them, so that's the reason for its lift. My jewel. Oh man, I feel sorry for any of the apes who bought this at the top, 175, 172 after hours yesterday. 145 now and sinking. So guys, I have been sharing this one. This is the Bouncers Toppers, okay? So it's a little, well, it doesn't have the same filters that Zach's has, you know, his tops. This is what I was upset. I was trying to get this BEKE short and I missed out. So this is one of the scans that I am sharing. So when you see the yellow, not yellow, orange, this is signifying maybe a top. And we haven't had any bouncers yet. When you see the bouncers, there are two strategies in here. Okay, whoop, that's why I don't see them. Uncheck them. So when you see green, that means maybe the stocks are bouncing. So again, it's one of the scans I am sharing. All right, QNRX making a move now. See if that $5 price target turns to be a magnet for it from Maxim. Yeah, markets are, so the Dow's up or down a little, SPY's down a little, NAS is up a little. Well, be careful on it, Joe. Remember, the financing's done at 1950, okay? So that's why I'm sort of backing off it right now. It is a financing at 1950. Wow, Disca looked like it was dead here, and now look at it exploding again, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Hard one to manage, guys. You know, I'm looking at the AI, got in at 28.17, exited it, you know, for only 20 cents. It's been kind of choppy, but look at it now. But getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, 50 cents away now, could turn into a really interesting short. If it gets rejected by that 200-day moving average. Fishan, good morning. If you're talking about, Sam, if you're talking about mine, it's called Bouncers Toppers. If you're talking about this one that I was just displaying, it's called Bouncers Toppers. It's from my homepage in the scan section. There are no bounces yet in it. These are all stocks that have, in theory, you get the when it's orange, it means that the stock has been maybe topping out. So when you look at the BEKE as an example, So you see there was where the alert was, 2087. I mean, obviously that worked out very well, down to 2037 now. I tried to get it and I just couldn't get it. I wasn't where I wanted. There's plenty of shorts. That wasn't the issue. Yeah, so it doesn't have enough history, I guess, for a 200 day. It's relatively new, so it doesn't have enough history, I guess, for a 200 day price. You're talking about swim, right? Oh, Disca. Do you not have trade ideas? I mean, it's right here. You should have, if you have trade ideas, have this single stock window open. All right? Lots of information. Okay? But this 200 days at 29.55. Now, listen, I mean, the swim could turn into, I mean, it could really reject 1950 and move down. Why is it hard for you to use? Well, it's like any other software, Joe. You've got to spend the time, and yeah, to try to do it at the same time, not the way to go. But you know, you got to put the time in at some point to try to learn. Well, learn the program. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. A lot of scans are in our channel bar. All right. Well, okay. Maybe the jewel is going to really bounce today. Yeah, I mean, these are just filters. These are just filters, guys. I mean, you can put virtually any filter in here. This is just what I've done. You know, I've customized my single stock window to show me the things I'm interested in. But when you right click on the configure and columns or search, I mean, you can search all the filters and you can add them as columns. You add them in here. I'm glad I could answer that, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, this is just customizable. So, Doug, when you say yours, what do you mean by that? You mean the jewel? No, it's just funny because when I mention a stock, it could be a year ago, and somebody will say your something ABC stock is moving. Well, guys, I mean, the disc has been the star, really. I mean, after that, and in fact, there's a red bar ignored. This has been a star. Now coming right into that 200-day moving average, 29.55. Will it stall it? That is going to be so interesting to see if it stalls it right there. Come on, get a 10-day daily breakdown, another one. Now it's interesting because the other one, the disc K, which is through the 200-day moving average. I mean, they're both moving, obviously same different classifications of stock, I guess. But this one is actually through the 200-day moving average, and boy, when you look left, I mean, there's some room. Well, if you don't want to, if you wanted to short this one, there's a ton of shares at Interactive Brokers, 6 million. Yeah, so if you wanted to short the other one, because I mean they're both moving exactly the same, a lot of shares available. All right, guys. So after the little pop for KSS, which had a big downgrade this morning, starting to fall again, was down to 46 in the pre-market. $38 price target is put on it by, I think it was Bank of America or UBS. Excuse me, UBS. So they cut their price target from 66 down to 38. Well, guys, I've done actually nada. I wanted to take that BEKE short, but I just didn't get it where I wanted. Kind of keeping an eye on this HST to see if this sort of is topped out a little bit. Well, I don't know if I'm being asked is ABSI a long or a short? I don't know. Right now, I mean, it's obviously fell quite a bit from the pre-market highs, 1075 right now. I mean, it's basing. The only thing I would say is if it can keep basing at 8 and then it can take a little pop off here with some great volume, it may turn into a lot. But I mean, look, it's been sold off. I mean, the news looked pretty good, but market doesn't care right now. Now, this is not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So the best I can say is if it holds this 8 and it starts moving on volume. You want to see a big volume bar. Meanwhile, disc A, I sort of dismissed it pre-market. I saw this, but I thought, oh, well, whatever. Now it's right at that 200-day moving average. Chewy? The low over here. Wow, so it's below that low. So there are two ways, Anthony. If you do a search, I think it's search SLB. I don't know, Pepe's going to SLB shorts or something like that. You'll get a box that looks like this, and it'll tell you exactly. You know, if I click on the symbol, you'll see exactly how many shares are available. Okay. Otherwise, if you just hover right underneath the order entry, you see the symbol. And there's a dot, and it says shortable. And if it's a bright blue dot, then it's telling you that there are shorts available right now. And if you hover over it, you'll see how many. Okay, and if it's a faded green dot, that means there are no shorts available right now. And if it's a red dot, means there are no shorts available ever. Well, not ever, but we're not even going to try to find them for you. All right, but this is, if you do a search, I think it's SLB, do a search in Interactive Brokers, and you can get this box. Well, it's a heck of an alert, one alert for the AI. Now, granted, you know, it took out in conservative mode, it didn't get very much, but if you kept it, or kept trying to, you know, even if you took some out and just kept some, I mean, this is a great move. Only one alert today for it. Sorry, what was that one? LMND, LMND, lemonade. I don't know. I'm not doing anything. I mean, it's up a little bit today. Is there news? I don't see any news on it. Terrible IPO. Another terrible IPO. I mean, at one point, people were thinking, "Wow, this is the best IPO ever." But if you got stuck up here at 190, it's at 38 now. So I don't really know what to say about it. I mean, it's... I mean, it's got a, you know, a green bar today, but does that mean it's on its way? Probably not. Unless there's some news. I don't see any news on it. I don't think we have float information on it. Yeah, I went to FinViz. I mean, they don't have anything either on it either. So some of these little guys, it's really difficult to get these numbers, guys. I mean, I'm just going to tell you right off the bat, very difficult. I don't even know. Was this an IPO or was this a SPAC that turned into this? Yeah, dogs halted again on the way up again. Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's having a nice comeback. Oh, that'd be something if it got back up to 880. Wow, look at this one. Clove just... Ugly, ugly, ugly. Again, this is another one that would have shown up in the 10-day daily breakdown, except the relative volume is not high enough. Well, guys, so much for the 200-day moving average. $29.55, $30 now for for Disca. I mean, that magnet now of what did I say? $35. I think I said a $35 price target. I think. Actually, more. Raised the target from 34 to 45, right? So this has really influenced the movement of the stock today. I don't see any other news other than this. That's all it took. So that's why, sometimes upgrades and downgrades, they are important to know that they have existed. Like the QNRX, Maxim upgrading it to 5. Doesn't mean it's going to get to 5 today. But at least you have some idea about why it's moving. Oh, this is just a missile now, guys. Wow. And look at that red bar ignored. That's a classic. Print this chart out, this 15-minute chart for Disca. That is a classic red bar ignored. Red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. So you've got an uptrend, you've got a red bar, and then the trend continues. So sort of a pause in the uptrend, and then the trigger is sort of the high of that red candle, 28.92. Vorb, not verb, but Vorb, okay? Virgin Orbit Inc. So this is, I guess this was a SPAC, right? Had to be. I'm just looking at the price. Yeah, it's a SPAC. Was a SPAC, became Vorb. Oh, I see it's actually in the option scanner too. Interesting. Well, either of these two on the 10-day daily breakout, Disca or Disc-K, obviously very nice. Yeah, so these are actually only accessible from my homepage. Okay, you have to click on new, not my homepage, my channel. You click on doc new and then doc channel bar, and then my watch list, or where are Barry's watch list. Okay, this is what you'll see. So you could take them and you could load them into your layout. Save them to the cloud. I don't know where the halt resume is in Interactive Brokers. We have I mean, you can tell it's halted. If the time in sales, if that's what you're talking about, if something is halted, then you'll see it halted. This is in time and sales. But this is our halts resumes. Well, I'm kind of, let's see, what did the dog do? Yeah, so it popped up and then it came right back down. All right, guys, well, a little disappointing. I'm not finding any, especially the market's moving down, so I'd love to see a couple more in this 10-day daily breakdown. All right, well, for me, a little bit of a lull. Well, okay, now we're getting a topper now for disc K. This is in my toppers, okay? It doesn't mean that it's going to fall right at this price or ever. I mean, this could just stay here and inch its way up, but this is now giving an alert that maybe we're getting close to a top. I just don't think it's going to. You can request it, Rubber, but I don't think it's going to happen. Because I mean, obviously, yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen. But if you want, you can send something to info@trade-ideas.com and see what they say. Okay. Well, it may be, but you can request it and see what they say. The typical answer, of course, is yes. Of course, we do have some IB and E-Trade stuff, but every broker is different with short sale restrictions, etc. I mean, personally, I don't see the big deal. I mean, you've obviously got IB. I mean, so the minute you click on it, you know whether it's shortable or not. Okay. So, but you can request it. Because, I mean, if you're going to look in the single stock window, oh, I see. You want to do a strategy on it. Oh, I see. Well, you can request it, see what they say. Don't hold your breath. I'm sorry, I got to be honest though, okay? Don't hold your breath on something like that, but yeah, Kevin. So I got that news from Interactive Brokers. Yes, the upgrade. You're talking about the upgrade for Disca. Yes. I use Interactive Brokers for 99% of my news. This is okay, but it's it's not necessarily as current as I want it to be. So. So what am I? So on my other monitor, of course, I've got my order entry panel. I've got my news, and I've got my time and sales. I keep looking at this HST for a potential short, guys. Big float, so it won't move too much, but I'm going to stick an alert underneath 18 and see if it takes it out at some point. Well, maybe this will run right up to the $45 price target. My goodness. I mean, that's a great. I mean, 20% with 163 million in the float. I mean, I remember when we were talking about this one in the pre-market, I think it was up 6%, and I said, well, you know, with that float, maybe maybe the big move has already been taken. I was completely wrong. I mean, this has just been a monster today. So consequently, that disc K, remember I was just showing you here. In fact, let me take a look here. Is it not moving as? Yeah, no, they're both the same in terms of their chart patterns. At some point, you know, this will turn into a short at some point. It's just, right now, it's really difficult. All right, my first bounce play from, potential bounce play from Zach, MX. Looks pretty ugly. So I don't actually see disc K breaking the upper the channel. It still has a ways to go. I mean, wow, it still has a ways to go. And this, I'm looking at my Interactive Brokers chart, 15-minute. And this might be a little bit different because I don't know if it's taking into account pre-market data, but I mean, it's way up here for it to get close to that upper end of the channel. How does AEHR look? You know, it was active early. Pretty ugly. That's how it looks. Pretty ugly. I mean, the next low looking left is 16 or so. So it's just been falling, falling, falling. It's an earnings play. So, I mean, that is the reason. I was hoping it would show up here, but the relative volume is not high enough. But it's obviously a 10-day breakdown, but you know, I've got a pretty strict or high relative volume filter. Has to be at least 8, and you see it's 3.4. So I know I get the question all the time. Well, then why don't you just reduce it? Well, I could, and then I'll get a lot of other ones that I don't want to see. But it's an earnings play, so at this point, I mean, what do you like? How does it look in what respect? To as a bounce or to keep going down lower? I mean. Right now, I mean, you'd be chasing it down. All right, guys. Well, a little bit late, but first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I am live on the mic. And as always, I'll start off with my home page. All right, on my home page, there's a lot of information. So I have a tab here. My home page is here all day long, of course. If you do click on that, this is the link that you'll see. So I'll click on the link. First, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This will give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas is. So we have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard for annual and monthly. So the premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15% for the annual, and standard $10.68 a year minus the 15% on an annual basis. You don't have to. And the big difference is the AI, which, oh shoot, just give me a moment. Okay. The AI, so this docking can drive you crazy sometimes if you grab it incorrectly, which I keep doing. Just give me a moment, guys. You probably don't know what I'm talking about, but just give me a moment. I'm having a tough time grabbing the info that I want. It's one of these deals where it's stuck right at the top here, and I can't move it. See if I can. Wow. Well, okay, I'll just break it out of it, all right? And this is what the AI, so this is what the AI gave you today, okay? The DISCA, 2817, 3063 right now. I'll have to figure out how. But that's the big difference between premium and standard. You don't have to go on an annual subscription though. If you want to go month to month, that's absolutely fine. 118, 228. You'll get the 15% discount on the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always upgrade if you want from a monthly to an annual, and we'll honor the 15%. So on my homepage, 3 free sections. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and then we have a big education section here. I have a very comprehensive user guide now, but if you're new to Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. I would take the 20 introductory lessons. Goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Today's Friday. You'll hear me talk about a YouTube room at the same time. I do moderate it as the same time as the main room. But at noon, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today, it should be Andy. It's Friday. That's typically when he is in, and he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. And as always, Chris is there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Between, obviously, Monday and Friday. And daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together, and it's all free. The only thing is not free, my scans. You need to have a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. I love these top 5. Okay, these are the ones that I use in the pre-market. Gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the ones that I use in the pre-market. So, a lot of information on my home page. Save my link, then you can take a look at these 2 sections whenever you want. Yeah, so this is from your topping scan. Yeah, I see 3025 gives us a little bit. Okay, this looks like it's an IPO that just launched. Okay, I didn't have that on my list, but there's only 1.5 million shares at $4, guys. Watch out for this one. This could be crazy. Okay, Hamza, I'm all ears. Question regarding the pre-market. Yes, go ahead. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. So our just got halted. I mean, I did not see this one as a IPO in the IPO list, but I can see right here it says 1.5 million shares at $4. This could go absolutely crazy. Okay, so you really have to, within IB, Hamza, I don't want to steer you wrong, okay? So you're really going to have to ask IB about that. Typically stop losses in the pre-market, you're going to have to ask IB about that, okay? I'm not 100% you can put a stop loss in the pre-market. I never do. When I trade in the pre-market, you know, I'm watching the trade and I get out when I want to. I don't put a stop loss in. So you're talking like an auto stop? But I'm reluctant to give you an answer because I don't want to steer you wrong, okay? You're dealing with real money, so the best thing, you know, is to deal with IB themselves. Yeah, and somebody is answering the other room, and they're saying they don't think so either, that you can't put a stop loss in the pre-market. There you go. So another confirmation, you cannot put a stop loss in the pre-market. And I don't think that's just with IB, that's with any broker. Okay? How do you get my scans, AG? So just go to my homepage. So if you can find my homepage tab right here. Okay? And there, yeah, I know in the orders, you have, it's, you know, limit orders, but I wasn't sure 100% on the stop loss because I've never ever tried that. But if you find my homepage tab and then just click on my link, okay? And when you click on my link, here are the scans. I have a scan section right here. So just click here. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Now I do see the swim is moving down a little bit, but again, I'm a little reluctant because the financing's done at 1950. So yeah, I was very excited when I saw this, but then I had to read the news and saw there was a financing and it's at 1950. So, I don't think it's going to be that dynamic. You're welcome. Wow, look at GME. I hope nobody in this room got all excited and bought this at the top, 175 or thereabouts yesterday, after hours, on that, man, quote unquote news about, we're going to start a crypto and an NFT division. All right, guys, again, if you're new, just quickly, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. All right, this hour resumed, and what did it do? Okay, so here's my plan. If somehow this later on takes out $5 or so, maybe well, there it is. Just because of that silly float. I think it just got halted again. It just got halted again. Shoot, I tried to get it. It wouldn't fill me. I was trying to get it right at 5 and it's sat there. It hadn't been halted quite yet. So this is what it looks like, okay? This is Time and Sales, Interactive Brokers. Somebody was asking earlier about the halt. So you can see there's the halt. Big red. Here's the projected could be open in 5 minutes. Okay, so yes, we are a broker. We're not a broker. We're not a broker. We're a scanner. Okay, so scan the U.S. stock markets. Again, it doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. You saw that I'm sharing a lot of my scans. If you want to build your own scan, of course you can. You always start off with, well, I'm going to abbreviate what I normally do. These are all of the alerts and filters that we have, okay? These are the alerts, and these, when we get to these icons, these are the filters. Now, please don't get overwhelmed by all the alerts and filters that we have. We have a lot of them because we have lots of customers, thousands of customers, lots of different trading styles. So what we've tried to do is create enough alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create their own scans, to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all, okay? It's just that we have a lot, and you can pick and choose which ones you want to create the scan that you're looking for. And the good news, you notice we don't have to learn a programming language. These are all created ahead of time for you. So no programming language to learn. And also, though, if you do want to have access to some of our other scans, as I say, I've already showed you my scans that I share. We have a toolbar here. The toolbar has a lot of it's a theme-based toolbar. Sorry, channel bar. From the toolbar, you click on dock channel bar. So these are channels. They're all theme-based. And so for instance, I always like to look at the momentum channel. You know, you like this one? You want this alert? Excuse me, this scan, you just save it to the cloud. I'm not showing you exactly how to do it mechanically. I'm showing the concept though that you can go to the different channels, extract different scans that you might like, and then you can load them one at a time back and create a layout of all the scans that we've created for you. All right, so you don't have to even know how to build a scan in the first place if you don't. And obviously, I mean, if you get used to trade ideas, you probably want to start even modifying some of the scans, even mine. For instance, you might not like the price range I've got. You know, maybe you want a different price range or a different volume. So of course you can modify them, but to get started, you know, you can take a look at my scans and also all the scans we've got in the channel bar. A legend, maybe in my own mind, but now, again, we talked about, I can't drag it over, I don't understand. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to do this. This is what I was trying to do before. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. So I'm going to get rid of that, the other one. So this is what I was trying to do. I just wanted to show you the AI. This is what the AI looks like. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. You know, I use it like a watch list. Obviously, I wish I'd taken the disc A at the beginning. I just didn't think it would have the run, but you know, I was wrong. And how to load it? From your toolbar, just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Make it easy on yourself, okay? This is the only window you want to see. I've got it attached to these to the earnings scans, but I mean, this is the only window you should care about if you have the AI, and just use it like a watch list all day long. All right, now I'm going to stick the alert up in this area here. See if it gets back up here. I typically do not trade IPOs the day of, but these ones that have so few shares and are low price, sometimes they can do crazy, crazy, crazy things the day of. Okay, that's the only reason I'm paying attention to this one. So a word about this window. This is called B+, Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put a link in. Okay, ABSI is it trying to come back here, or is it moving down? Yeah, it's moving down. Still up for the day, but just sinking away, sliding away. Okay, in this link here, there are two videos. There is a short video. The short video shows you, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? So the short video shows you, you'll notice here, it says Brokerage Plus underneath. There are two options, live and simulation. So obviously if you have an IB account, E-Trade account, and you do want to trade using this window from within Trade Ideas, you can do so. You got to watch that first video. It'll show you how you can connect. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. You can use Trade Ideas. It's just you don't have access to this window. That's all it means. Also, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. You have to be using the downloadable application. The second video in that link, a lot longer, goes into way more detail about how you can use this. Okay? And also, as I like to always demonstrate it, use as a simulator or paper trading. If you're new to trading, please, please, please don't trade your account until you have practiced trading. All right, guys. Well, that was a little bit of, okay, guys, you probably know what I did. And now it looks like it's halted. I just take some out. I took the hour. You saw I had my price alert. No, it's not halted. I thought it looked like, wow. It looked like it was being halted. Again, this is not for everybody, okay? So I'm traded most of it out now. It got up to that 560 mark. I'm just waiting to see if it really explodes again, where I might add back. This is not for everybody. And that's why I paused in my, I was going to talk about Brokerage Plus, but I paused right there. Well, this is coming back in. ALGS. This was one of the stars from yesterday in this. Hard to believe it'll give us the same action as yesterday. I have to pay attention to the hour, guys. I don't mean the time. I'm talking about the stock. HOUR. See, this is what I was talking about. I mean, I didn't even know about this IPO. It wasn't on the IPO list, but 1.2 million shares at $4, priced at $4. These things can go crazy. I don't know. Is it a U.S. based or is it China? I don't have more information on it. Yeah, now it's halted. Well, that got the blood going. I mean, so now we're halted, and 592, it's going to flip around here. This is the projected opens after the 5-minute halt, if it's still a 5-minute halt. Well, I'm not saying, listen, I keep trying to say, this is not for new people, okay? I have to mention it because, it's of interest, but I'm not saying this is a buy now. I don't know what it's going to do. But all I'm saying is that these things can go crazy the first day and even the second day. But that doesn't mean, yes, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not ever going to tell anybody to buy or sell anything. I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing, and you have to make up your own mind. And I'm not just directing this to you, whoever asked that question. All right, well, just got to wait to see when it comes out of it. There have been 5-minute halts so far. Okay, now this is an IPO. This just launched, 11 million between 15 and 17. Okay, this is an IPO. It just came out. Obviously, a lot of interest in it. I mean, there was the IPO price between 15 to 17. Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, Oppenheimer behind it. 11 million shares. Again, I'm not telling anybody to buy this. I'm not looking to buy this one, but you know, it just launched. Well, it's just IB. Okay, that's all it is. It's nothing to do with me. It's just Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is Time and Sales and Interactive Brokers. So I'm not trying to. I'm just this is what they're showing. Okay, but that can change. You see how it's changing. Okay. So this is Time and Sales and Interactive Brokers. I'm sure most brokers, if you don't have Interactive Brokers, I'm sure most brokers must have something like that. So look at this. So this one actually fell after the enthusiasm to begin. CINC actually fell, and now this is halted. Well, the bid ask, Bill. I mean, Can you not see? Can you see my screen? Maybe you can't see my screen. Okay. See, this says 66, 599, 590. Sometimes it'll say. I mean, that's all I'm looking at. Can you not? Can you see my screen? Well, I don't think that's right. I don't know what to say. I mean, it says 605, 605 right now. A lot of times the bid ask will be exactly the same. Well, I would use this time in sales. I don't know where you're getting that 8 and 388. Okay. This has been pretty bang on. So I don't know where you're getting the 8 and 388. And yeah, and something like this, it'll fly around. There's no guarantee, even by seeing these numbers, that that's where it's going to open. It just opened. Okay, it just opened. So, yahoo! Nice one, Zach. I've been too wrapped up in the hour, and it's been a nice wrap. Little bounce for you on your bounce scanner for Bed Bath and Beyond. Sure you know that. So what I was going to demonstrate is the use of the simulator here. You know, it uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. So that's how you can practice. But of course, I got so involved in the hour, so I couldn't. I had to divert my spiel. So let me just find something just to demonstrate how you can use the simulator. Look at here, almost at yesterday's low now. 654 is yesterday's low. Meanwhile, man, oh man, I mean, I haven't even really been watching the market, but 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's an hour straight down the market. And so yeah, Dow's down, tech again is getting hit again. Let's just for fun take a look at the sector status. Remember, we looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened. Let's see if any major changes. Let's see if energy is still basically 100%. So energy, not, you know, the last time we looked, every single energy stock was up for the day. Now only 68%, but look at tech just getting clobbered here. Only 10% of them are up from yesterday. Financials not doing, you know, terribly, 70%. Consumer staples 78%, but healthcare, I mean this was very different, you know, 10 minutes before the market opened. That's how it can change during the day. Well, I have no shorts available for hours, so I wouldn't even, you know, you must be, obviously Centerpoint has shorts, but how much, it must cost a bit, no? Really? Surprised. So let's put a conditional buy order in the simulator. You might already do it, okay? For an hour, okay? This is a new setup here, so ooh. You know what, guys? Now I'm not sure how to do this. Let's see if this is the way. This is a new setup here, and I'm not used to this in the simulator. I used to have to put I want to put a conditional buy order of 680. I want to see what happens here. No, I'm not sure how to do this now. I don't like this. I don't like this new look, to be honest. Try this. Boy, all these darn options you got to go through first. No, that's not the right way. So, yeah, I'm not sure how to do it in this new one. I'm not sure how to do it. No, it's not available yet. But where? Jeez. Oh my goodness. This is not available yet. No. I like the old one. It's embarrassing, guys. I don't know. Well, I guess it did it. I guess it did put it in here. Okay. I see the blue line. Okay. So I guess it'll take the trade at 680. I think there's too many steps. I think the other one was a lot easier in my opinion. The only good thing is that you've got the bid in the ask here, and but other than that, I think there's just too many steps. Oh, I get used to it, but why complicate it? But this is not available yet. I'm not sure why they thought the developer, like the powers that be, felt they had to make a change like this. To be honest. All right, but let's take a stock. let's just actually do one. Okay, let's take the doggy here, right here, okay? And do I have to do the time and okay, I have to click buy. Oh man, I don't like this at all. You've got to do this for every. Okay, so it took the trade. All right, well, so I just wanted to show you. So here's how you can, again, you don't see this yet. I think what you've got, what I used to have until this new development release, new dev release, I thought it was a lot easier. Anyway, but you can click your big buy or sell button. You want to buy something, you click the buy, you put in the shares and the price you want to go in at, and you click it and it'll show up here. So here's how you can practice trading. You can also practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. If I want to get out of a trade, I just click flatten. When I get at a half, or I can double my trade. Okay, here's another IPO just launched. 8.8 million shares, between $18 and $20. Goldman Sachs is behind it and Leerink. Okay, so let's see. Any enthusiasm? Not really. Now, I'm going to go over this a little bit, okay? And what you're seeing here, and this is how I think you should track IPOs. It's a very simple. Well, I don't want to say simple, but it requires a little bit of work because you do get the question a lot. Do you have a filter for IPOs? Personally, I think this is better. Okay, so this is what I do. I'm going to go to my IPO calendar. So to find it, okay, so here's my IPO calendar. So I'm going to click on the IPO calendar and let's see what's happening. So next week, so these are the ones you can see. Again, the other one that hour was not showing up for whatever reason. So these are the ones, this one should open later on, VIGL, okay? These are the ones next week. JW and TPG. Wow, TPG's got a ton. It's a big, that's a big IPO. Usually I don't care about these ones, but I don't even know what they do. You can click on it and I can find out, but definitely could be interested in this one. Only 7 million shares being issued between 29 to 32. So this is what I do. Okay, so here it is, just works. Here's the symbol, JW. I'll move this off the screen. I'm going to type JW in here. Okay, obviously it's not trading yet. So I create a price alert. I'm going to put like $1. Obviously it's going to open more than $1. And now this is the only time I use the notes section. Okay. So 7 million shares between 29 and 32. So I know what this means, 7 million, 29 to 32. And then I also put in who's involved. Goldman Sachs, I'm sorry, I'm going to look down here. So there's Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and BOA. Some pretty big names behind it. So I'll just type in GS, JPM, BOA. So now I know when this starts to trade, I don't have to guess. I don't know, oh, I wonder how many shares, what was the projected IPO price, etc., etc. Okay, I'll do that for the other one. Oops, don't do that. TPG. So these will open next week. Now, we're not an IPO. I mean, event, you know, down the road, you'll have a week in which you might have 15 IPOs. So, you know, you spend some time, maybe on a Saturday, see what the upcoming IPOs are for the week, and you just go through this exercise. I think, number one, it gets you a little bit of a feel for what the IPO is all about. Because in this IPO calendar, or here, I can just click on this, and I can see what it is. Okay, cloud-based, etc. I could have put that in my notes section too. Okay, so it gives me an idea. As opposed to just having some kind of an IPO filter and it pops up and you have no information. Now you got to scramble to find the information. My opinion, anyway. So again, now I can put, I'm not going to put them all, but I mean, I'll put JPM, GS, and many more. Okay, so when it starts to trade. So if you want this link, I can give this to you. This is the main link. You know, you see all the recent IPOs. You just click on the IPO calendar, and that'll give you an idea about what are the upcoming ones. So for instance, you know, there it was. I didn't have to guess. You know, I know 8.8 million between 18 to 20, Goldman Sachs Lear. So I can now see, okay, how was the enthusiasm for it? Not really. Well, guys, I mean, obviously, yeah, I think it's much better, TC. Because I asked, you know, I used to ask, why don't we have an IPO filter? And well, we don't. And but But when I started looking at that IPO calendar, I thought, well, this is a more, if you want, call it more professional way to do it. So you have all the information right at your fingertips when it does launch. And then the trick is, create the price alert for $1. Obviously it's going to open more than $1. Just watching the hour, guys. Oh man, okay. So see, it took the trade right here. Yeah, there's something going on. I don't like this. This is a major buggy. I think this one right here. I mean, we should be saying a today's profit. I'm sorry, a max P&L. We're not seeing it. Unless it's because, you know what it is? I think I know what it is. I think it's not recognizing this IPO. All right, guys, gonna change my headset. All right, guys. Sorry, we're having a discussion about this window here, internal. No, it's not a subscription at all. It's free. That IPO link that I put in, it's free. I mean, there are other websites, I'm sure, that cover IPOs, etc. But I have found that one is pretty good. For some reason, it doesn't pick up these little ones sometimes. That's the only issue. Well, for my first trade, that wasn't bad. And I don't know what this is going to do. First trade of the day. Well, it's very difficult to float. I mean, they issued 1.5 million shares, Henry. Okay, so just know that it's a very very low. What the float is, I have no idea. I mean, it might, but it's very. They only issued 1.5 million shares. Make sure that 1.5 million shares. Right there, okay? 1.5 million shares, IPO at $4. And that's why I can do this craziness. Well, I wish you well, Zach, at some point. Not yet, though. I mean, you've got some staying power in this. This is the one that reading the press release this morning, I thought this one would do really well, but it's actually gone negative. It's almost as if we don't believe you. We don't believe that you've got a $600 million upfront payment. This is an awesome short. I wish I had paid a little more attention to it. Where's William? So this is the news, okay, for this EXAI. Now, the float, it's a ridiculous. There's no way that that's the float, okay? But I checked another source. It could be around 10 million. So let's just say it's 10 million. So they've got an upfront payment of $100 million. I don't care about the milestone payments could be worth up to 5.2 billion. Fine. Who knows if that ever happens or how long that's going to take. But this is $100 million upfront. $100 million upfront. I looked at that and I thought, wow, okay, this could have some legs. But look, I mean, it just absolutely cratered. It's almost like nobody believes. But I need William to comment on that. Oh man. I wish this was not Friday. I wish this was Thursday because, we've seen some of these, the other two that I can recall, I can't recall the symbol names, but several months ago, a couple of China IPOs, around the same, 1.5 million, 2 million shares, around $4 to $5. I'm not saying our is going to do that. First of all, it's not China, but I'm not saying our is going to do that. But you guys remember, one of them went to about 45, one of them went to about 70, and that was in a couple of days. It was just insane. Now, they collapsed after that. I just can't remember the names. I think one of them started with a C, but I can't remember the names anymore. Somebody in this room will remember. You know what? One of them was SOPA. Yeah, one of them was SOPA. But that was not a China company. I'm pretty sure one of them was SOPA. If I go back a few days. Yeah, I mean, this opened at around 12 something, but I think the IPO was priced at, this might have been priced at 8 to 10, and look what it did. And it very, very few shares, and it got up to 78 the next day. Before it absolutely cratered. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. These things, our more than likely will crater at some point, but right now, it's been awesome. Yeah, there you go, Casa. So yeah, so very low, 2.8 million, 3 million, say, shares at 9. So I was a little off. There was another one though. I'm almost sure there were two China ones that released either on the same day or on consecutive days, and they did something very similar. And only because there are hardly any shares out there. Was it AERC? Looks like it was, yeah. But is this China? It's Boca Raton. It was in Florida, so I could have sworn there were two China ones. But anyway, so that's why when I go through that IPO list, that's what I'm really looking for. That one that TSG, it's not of interest to me. They're raising $1 billion. I don't think it's. I mean, it could turn out to be fantastic. All those names behind it. Just one moment, please. So obviously, guys, I mean, this should show max P&L and L, and it should show today's profit, and it's not. And I think it's because it's an IPO. I don't know why that happens, but in fact, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Um, no, no, it's not high enough. I mean, these went up to, and it was this year or well last year. They went up to like one I think went to 40 or 50. The other one might have even gone up to 100. Anyway, I don't want to. We're digressing here, but again, highly, highly, highly risky. But I'm a moderator of a trading room, and this is a trade. So here, okay, here we go, guys. So here, this is what I'm talking about: 7 million, 15 to 17. Here, Morgan Stanley, Jeffries, and Stifel. So, is there any interest? Well, you can see right off the bat, no. I mean, this was IPO price between 15 to 17. Now, maybe since I did this, maybe they reduced it, but there's not like a lot of interest here. A lot of times, what you'll see, sort of like what happened with the Sync when it first opened, it was up at 23, 24, but it didn't remain. And so, when you minimize your price alert window, it'll pop right up on your screen. So you can't miss it. You know what I'm going to do here? I am going to close. I'm going to close this one out. I want to see if I even do get a closed P&L on it. Don't want. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I just want to see if that. Yeah. Okay. So the closed P&L worked. It's just that normally today's profit would be, you'd be seeing what the profit is, and what the max P&L would mean is that if you got out when you were in the trade, what was the best you could have done? And I think it had to do with the fact it was an IPO. Yeah, because look, it's not even calculating this. It's showing my P&L being down $19, when obviously in the simulator it should be 585 minus 19. So this distance from the exit price, well, this is good. The distance from the exit price, what this is showing me, and again, this is obviously not for some reason because it's an IPO, not getting these values here. But what this is showing me, the distance from the exit price, this is telling me, okay, where you exited the trade, it is now 82 cents underneath. Of course, that's exactly what you want to see. Okay? Exactly what you want to see. You get out of a trade, you don't want to see, now this could turn around, of course, but you get out of a trade, you don't want to see distance from the exit price, $3. That means you exited maybe a little too soon. So you always want to see a nice big negative number from where you exited. And that's what that distance from. This is just giving you an idea about how good are your exits, I mean, sometimes the easiest thing is to know when to buy a stock, but the harder thing is to know when to start taking profit. And it is Andy today at 11. Okay, it's 11:47. It's creeping up on me. So it's Andy in our YouTube room today. And we just got to halt down for the 7 or for the hour. This looks like it could be over now, guys. Oh, I forgot to mention this one. I know somebody brought this one up, HESH, a little while ago. So this actually popped up, and I guess it's all to do with the fact that Papa John's is opening something like 1,300 locations in China, and this is a real estate company, and they thought, well, maybe they'll be able to take advantage of that. China real estate. But, it popped up on that news. Speculation. I mean, it's not that I don't think Papa John has signed a deal with these guys, but I think they said, okay, maybe this will benefit a China real estate company. All right, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in so that you can head over there if you want to. Andy will be there between 12 and 1 while I take my break. All right, guys. Now let's take a look at some of the bouncers, perhaps from Zach, NISN. Now we should get some bouncers now. I mean, we had an hour straight down, and now we're starting to get a bounce in the market. You can see the Dow's now up. Tech is still down, but it's creeping back. And the SPY is creeping back. So, starting here, probably some decent little bounce plays. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I've been asked a question. So I'm going to take this sink here. Oops. I'm going to buy, now let's see if I can figure this out. They're going to create a default for this. So you don't have to keep clicking on this. So I'm going to buy 200 shares. I'm going to buy at the market. I've got to do this. They're going to create a default. So let's see now if that works. So it looks like this is an IPO thing. Yeah, so it looks like we do have a little, I don't know if this is in the simulator, just in the simulator. Anybody using IB connected? And maybe trade, well, it doesn't matter. It seems to be a little bug. Certainly in the simulator, it's not showing any data. You can take the IPO trade, but it's not showing any data here. You can close it out and it'll show you the data, but it doesn't get added into the slider. So there's just something going on in the simulator anyway. Only with IPOs. All right, guys. I'm just going to put my, just waiting for Andy to show up. Just give me one moment. Also, just give me one moment. Oops, I haven't seen this one for a long time. This PCG. Of course, this is the impoverished electric company in California. So it's only with IPOs. Thank you, Pepe. So you were getting a running total. Oh, so you were actually getting zeros even connected to your IB account. Oh, I see. So it wasn't just a simulator. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to pass that on. Thank you, Pepe.
Testing. Hello, traders. Let me know when you can see my screen and hear me. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Oh, thank you. Okay, great. You hear me. Hopefully, let me check to see something real quick. Okay. Yeah, we lost a few in this transfer. Hi, Mitchell. Thanks. Shanam, thank you. Thank you, guys. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support webinar. My name is Andy. In case it's your first time in the live stream and all of a sudden you hear a strange voice taking over the feed here from Barry, well, that's what we do. We steal it for an hour to help anybody who may be having problems or just having a difficulty working through some of the things in the software. So this is a good place to ask any questions that you might have. I just downloaded. Can you help me set it up? Well, yeah, let me, let's see. Shanam, I know it's too much. Well, let me just show you what you can do. Okay, you probably first have when you downloaded it, do you have a toolbar up here at the top? Do you have any layouts on your screen yet? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a video in here for you, and it's the best getting started video. Yeah, this will show you from the very beginning how you start pulling up layouts, how you can start creating alerts and things like that. It's an hour long, but it's very thorough, and it'll go over pretty much all the setup you need. So here it is. It's called Starting from Scratch. And then what you can do is spend some time in this video, and then every Chris will be doing it today at, let's see, 3:30 Eastern time. He'll be back in this room. So what I would do is start playing around with it, writing down any questions that you might have, and then come back at 3:30 Eastern time if you can, and Chris will be in here, and he can help you with any questions that you might have. If you just got the layout, I mean, first thing you need to do is spend some time watching that video, and because it's going to help you a lot. It's going to answer a lot of questions instead of me. We'd spend the whole hour of me just getting you set up in this webinar, but that will definitely help. Not only that, excuse me, when you go to our YouTube page, that link's going to take you to our YouTube page. You're going to see a lot of instructional videos in there. If you really want to get in depth, you're welcome. You're welcome, Shanam. If you really want to get in depth, go to TI University. It's a 4-part course. Each one of them is an hour long, so you got 4 hours worth of. It's just a lot more thorough than the one I gave you. The one I gave you is great for taking it out of the box and learning some of the basics. But if you really want to dive into some of the advanced features, check out that TI University. All right, guys. Hope everything is going good for everybody out there. I know it's kind of a strange market the last couple of days, last few days. A big sell-off. Doji yesterday and today. It looks like we're working on a possible doji again, trying to hold the 50-period moving average on the SPYs. Banks are doing well. China internet stocks, it looks like they've been maybe trying to bounce here over the last couple of days. UNG, this is one that I am in. Bought it. I like the way it was setting up here. Energy's been doing really well. This one's been lagging. I don't know. Don't ask me anything about the energy sector. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I just like the way this was setting up and with the energy moving. One you may want to keep an eye out, especially if you can break through this range right here, this pivot level. But not doing a whole lot right now. Very few positions, and I'm actually been short for a few days on the SPYs. So fire away, guys, if you have any questions. If not, if you have any stocks you want to look at, this is very, very informal. So if you want to talk trading, that's fine too. Of course, the banks, pull up the XLF, are doing extremely well. And that's because every indication right now is pointing to we are going to have higher interest rates. No one ever thought this day would come, but the way things are trading, you take a look at the bonds and what they've been doing, lately. Bonds, they sell off. Typically, rates are going higher. So financials doing good in a higher interest rate environment. Tech, maybe not so much because they can't go out there and get all that free money and do all sorts of stuff with it. So the Qs are really not participating. A key level here in the Qs, obviously. pivot level right there. So very important if you're any tech stocks, you'd like to see that hold right there, that level. Mike C, what's up, buddy? Holly's been, this has not been an easy market over the last several days, but Holly's been faring pretty well, just up today and moderate because of that discovery with a nice trade there, nice entry there at 28.17. Beautiful entry. Nothing to note, man. All right. Yes, G-Box Empower. I noticed that yesterday, and a lot of times what you'll see happen on when market gets kind of crazy like it's been and starts selling off a little bit, you'll see a lot of the beaten up stocks start to rally. As a matter of fact, I don't recommend this. I've been known to bottom fish a little bit. I am in this hood from yesterday. Took a chance on it right here once it reversed at 15.13. Actually bought some more at 15.71. So, yeah, not something I recommend, but I just know a lot of times when the market gets to selling off, some money will rotate into some of these beaten up stocks. So, not something, like I said, I recommend, guys. Mike C knows me. I'm not afraid of a little bottom fishing every now and then. But I'll definitely trade strong setups. How to make money in this market? Well, Iris, you have to be in the right sector. It's or the right stocks. And lately, it's been the financials. Now, I know it's kind of tricky. They were kind of in a downtrend for a few months, but then all of a sudden you had this big green bar in the financials. Retracement right there was kind of ugly. I don't know if you're day trading or swing trading, Iris, but the best pointer that I can probably give you is when it does get like this and you're not sure what direction we're going to go, try to trade less and try to trade smaller size. I'm in 3 positions right now, and I'm just, swing trading. And what I like to do and how I got short the market was when the spies are up here, I put on a hedge by buying SPXX. And I'll do this quite a bit. I won't be short, but I'll be just kind of hedged. And then what happens is the market continues to sell off. I will get stopped out of my longs, and next thing you know, I'm holding a short position. That is, in the money right now. But more than likely I'll get stopped out for a flat, but that's okay. I would like to be, at some point, if we do get a major sell-off, a major correction, it'd be nice to be, hedged, not hedged, but actually short. And then it's a lot easier to play bounces when you got a nice short position that's working for you. It's a lot easier to maybe take, small chances on stocks bouncing and things like that. But yeah, if you're Sean's real good. He'll play and he'll play out. He's bullish, but he will definitely buy some put spreads on the spies occasionally when it gets rocky like this. Me, I don't trade options that much, so I'll usually just go in and buy some SPXS. Get more bang for your buck if you do have a fast correction. Yeah, the problem with so take a look at this bounce you see right here in SPXX, and then you pull up the VIX. And a lot of times, like the VIX is kind of close to its, lows of the day. it just seems more toxic to me, the VIX. I should say the VXX anyway. It's a very toxic vehicle, and I just prefer to buy the SPXS. I see a lot of times where you'll get a nice little pullback in the SPYs, but if it's not a big move, the VIX will just sit there and continue to go down. If it's just an orchestrated sell-off, but what happened the other day, you got that big red bar, and obviously that brought some fear into the market, and that's what the VIX gauges. But that UVXY is the same as it's just a more of a triple leverage one. But be careful with those because they can be nasty. Take a look at the XLF again. Yeah, look at that, man. It's just that just tells me that interest rates are coming. Higher interest rates are coming. And I think finally you basically had the choice. What are you going to do? You're going to have hyperinflation, or do you want to possibly cause a market correction, which I don't think would be bad. Some of the traders were talking today, and you could have a 30 to 40% correction. Now, I know that sounds scary, and no one likes to sit through that if you're long. But in the grand scheme of things, you can do the math yourself. Let's take the weekly here of the SPYs. And I'm not going to do the math because I'm not very good at math, but look where we've come. Okay, so even a 40% correction in the market, you're still going to be above, the pre-pandemic highs. You could have a really big sell-off down to the 200-day moving average. That's a pretty big move there. Let's see, that would be just kind of calculating in my head. I'll let somebody else do that. Well, let's see, a 10% move would be 460. So yeah, 20. Maybe you're looking at a 25% move and still be above the 200-day moving average. So that's pretty amazing. So if you look at the grand scheme of things, obviously we've been strong. Every time we try to pull back 3 to 5%, the buyers come in, and they're doing it again today. And this could continue as well. But if we do have a correction, a major one, and like I said, the grand scheme of things, we could still be at our 200-day moving average. That's crazy. The problem is, if that does come to fruition at some point, they're tough to trade because usually that's could be a several month to a year move, and I know a lot of people that's trading the current market has not experienced a major correction. You've seen the really fast, drawdowns like the pandemic. That's kind of different, but if you get a sustained bear tape, for 8 months to a year, it can be very difficult to trade, especially if you're used to trading, the bull market and buying dips and things like that. You got to be a little more careful. Come on, UNG. Let's see if you can go and get through that range there. Let's see, Iris. Daily setup. Yeah, you know what? I haven't took some time off for the holidays, so I haven't been building a lot lately. I got a few ideas in the back of my head. I mean, if you want to keep things simple, guys, I got I know I brought this up probably not too long ago, but I'll stress this because if you're a new to maybe moderate trader, you've been doing it maybe for a year and you're having a hard time, I can't stress to you how important it is to trade, something like this, stocks that are above all their moving averages. Okay, this is one right here that I have sorted on relative volume. Okay, all these stocks are going to be, well, there's a buyout there, so I need to fix it so I can eliminate some of those buyouts. But all of these stocks in here are going to be moving from the lower left to the upper right. They're going to be strong, and they're all going to be above their major moving averages. Okay, and my major moving averages is 10. These are all simple moving averages: the 10, the 20, the 50, and the 200. And even a simple strategy could be. And I'm not one that chases bars, so maybe you come down here and do change in 10-day. You could highlight this. And maybe come down here. Let's do it one more time. Okay, here's a stock right here. The change in 10 days is 0, right? So it hasn't moved in the last 10 days, but we know it's above all of its major moving averages. Okay, so when I pull this up, I know this thing's not going to be, extended over the last 10 days because it's right at its moving average. Now, they may have had a move up over the last month. You can't really prevent that if you're looking at the 10-day. But just by doing this, you could find these stocks that are, maybe setting up for a move. Look at there. I mean, just by doing change from 10-day moving average. See, if I do it this way, you're going to see a lot of these ones that have really had a big move over the last 10 days, okay? Not my bag, but see, coming into today, that was a nice setup there. Slug. A lot of these realty stocks are doing well, once again, because of the interest rates. Okay, there's my UNG. I sure would like to see this go. Or maybe you do the 20-day. Maybe you want to get things that haven't moved, that much over the last 20 days. All right, we can do this, and we can get the CNP. And look at that. It hasn't moved much. It's been kind of, I'm not sure what happened there, but that was kind of ugly. But still, boy, I'm watching this. I'll just come in, set an alert maybe right here at this 28. See if it goes through. It's amazing what you can do with these scans and the power of these columns. See, there's another one. I can set my little alert right in there. And that doesn't mean I'm going to trade it, but maybe I'll evaluate and, when my alert goes off. So a lot of trading is done with, good trading is done with just price alerts. Just set it and forget it. Look for these setups. There's another one right there. If it gets above this range, maybe you want to give that a shot. I will share this scan, Michael. And the whole key is, you're going to get it, and it's going to be relative volume, but this is where you use the power of columns, and you can play around with them. Maybe you want to see one that's, close to its 200-day range, 200-day. See, that would have been beauty to see this morning if you'd have had this marked up. Boop. See, just one. You're seeing what you're going to see in this scan are all really bullish setups, and people have a tendency to kind of get fixated on a few stocks that they like to trade. There's nothing wrong with that if you trade them good and you make money. But if you're having a hard time, just simplify it. Okay, find strong charts, find good areas, to buy them, and even a simple stop strategy would be when it breaks the first moving average. Okay. If you're a swing trader and you buy this Kellogg, at 66, say to myself, if it breaks this 10-period moving average, I'm going to get out. All right, so let me I've already played around with this one, but let me share this one. Very simple. And let me show you what to do, guys. Here you go. There you go, Michael. Check this out. Okay, just if you really want to simplify, let's say you want to short stocks. Okay, you could take this that I just shared with you, and you can configure, and you can go to use our flip button. Okay, and it's going to reverse everything now. All of the stocks in this scan is going to show stocks below their major moving averages. So if you looked at this, you're going to see just the opposite. Now, the ones on top doing relative volume, very good chance they're going to be ugly, ugly charts. I don't like chasing. I would maybe like to caught that right there, but I don't like chasing. Here's a great example of a gap down. It's a lot of times you get these relief bounces. So I'd like to try to catch them early. So once again, let's try this. Let's go to our 10-day moving average. And this is a stock that is having a hard time getting above its moving average. It's kind of sloppy, too sloppy for me, though. There's one that had a major sell-off just 4 days ago, and now it's bouncing and still having a hard time. So, this is what I recommend. These stocks, once again, are going to be all below their major moving averages. Having a hard time. This is actually one that I like the volume that's been coming out over the last few days, so I may mark this one up and look for a long if it gets above that 29 there. You're welcome, Michael. Sure, I could share this. Let's call it something different. And we'll call it below all major SMAs. And we will, oh wait, I had it. Okay, this is going to be sorted by the 10 days. Let me fix it. Then that way you can play around with the columns. We're going to do relative volume like this, and then we're going to save it again. So it's going to be sorted by relative volume, which is not a bad thing. If you're trading things, whether it's to the upside or long side, it's always best if you have a little volume behind it. Usually those are the ones that keep going in the same direction. This is just a way, guys, to keep it really simple. If you're looking for setups, short the weak stocks, buy the strong stocks. And by the way, if we do get into like a ugly bearish tape, this would be a gem, as far as looking for good shorts. No, they will update in real time. So there will be changes. In other words, if something really falls out of bed and is doing big volume, it's going to go to the top right here. Humana had a really ugly day yesterday. We're seeing some continuation today. All right. Let me do this right here. Let's look for some shorts right now. Okay. See, to me, this is not bad. You know, if it's up on the day, but you know, not just 3 days ago, it was near. Zoom out. Well, definitely 1 year low. Looks like it has some support right back here. Oh no! When you run out of space, you can always go and look at the weekly. There you have it. That's a very weak looking chart. It, like I said, it does pivot level right here. Definitely, that's why it's bouncing here at 40. But looks like it may be getting weak. And if it breaks its 10-period moving averages, maybe you set alert right here if it crashes through that. I've always said I think people would. You have a tendency when you pull up a chart and you're excited about it to immediately trade. And I think if everybody would use price alerts or even, you know, stops, buy stops or sell stops, you know, if it hits a certain area you want in, there's nothing wrong with some of my best trades over my career has been putting a bid in, not even putting a price alert, just sticking a bid in there, usually on a long, on a pullback, and I call it an oh crap bid, because what happens is you forget about it, and then all of a sudden it pulls. It's on your blotter, and your first reaction is, oh crap, you know, what's this? And sure enough, you know, that ends up being a great entry. But yeah, try to get in the habit of not, you know. Sometimes if you're a momentum trader and you see something, obviously you want to grab it. You know, that's fine if the technicals, you know, look good and the volume's there, and yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But I just feel like if traders would, in general, be more patient with their entries, and you can do that by setting up price alerts, that you'd be much more effective. And my UNG put in a wick on me up there. Any descriptions, Mitchell? What do you mean? Any descriptions for the colors? I'm not. Yeah. Oh, what you're going to see as far as these colors right here are how much a stock is up or how much a stock is down. Okay. If I sorted from change from the close, it'll make more sense. You're going to see all these stocks are up on the day, and the scale goes down as you get uglier, turns into a dark red for some of these ones that are really getting hit. You're welcome, Iris. And there's no problem with, you know, doing change from the close. I mean, look at this LMND. Look at this. It's up 8% today, but it's still below all its movement averages, and it's a weekly. Let me put it back on the daily. Yeah, looks like just a kind of a relief bounce. So even though it's up over 8%, it's still below all its moving averages. So a lot of times you can find some good shorts looking at stocks that are having a good day today. Maybe just put an alert if it gets up here to this pivot and the 10-period moving average. You know, maybe I want to look at fading that. That's what I love about all of our columns. You can do a scan, and instead of putting filters in there, just use columns. And there's so many ways you can, you know, you can view different angles, I should say, different ways to look at your top list. I'm always kind of partial to being a big volume guy. I'm always partial to relative volume, but and then I can go through and even see which ones are, you know, up and down just by the color coding. See, a lot of people, I think the biggest problem, because our software is so powerful, there's a lot of things you can do with it. But what ends up happening for a lot of people, they end up having too many windows, and they're trying to focus on too many, watch too many things. Your mind cannot comprehend all that stimulus coming at it, and you end up getting confused, not sure where to go. So when you get that way, just try to, simplify it. There's going to be a window or two that you work the best with. In other words, you find out what your niche is, and then you create a window that fits your niche. And then, there's some people that only trade with one window. They don't need all this other stuff flying through. I mean, I have to have it because I'm always showing stuff and sharing with people and things like that. But, I don't focus on all these windows during the day that much. Okay, like what does blue mean or yellow? Blue or yellow? Is it in this one? I'm not. Are you talking about this over here and some of my other screens there? Yeah, Mitchell, let me show you. These are two of my favorite. Okay, this is extreme volume. It's a multi-strategy window. And in this window, all it means is the green. When you see the green, these are stocks that are moving up. They're up over 1%, and they're doing extreme volume, okay? Like I said, this is maybe my favorite window right here. This is extreme volume high-low pro, okay? Because the stocks are up. They're doing extreme volume. You can look at the 1-minute volume here and the 5-minute volume. You can see this volume coming into this. It's like some sort of Brazilian TV. So this one right here, the ones that are yellow are just the opposite. They are moving down on extreme volume, and they have to be down at least 1%. So this morning, if I scroll back here, let's see. I was trying to find that. It could have been a reason that it wasn't doing that. I'm trying to find that Burlington. And it may be the fact that the volume really didn't kick in. So you probably would have caught this Burlington 255 right there. That seems like that's probably where the volume really kicked in. There you go. There's another one. Maybe some more in here. But anyway, if a stock is just selling off and meeting all of my parameters, but is not doing the extreme volume, and I have it set for like, it has to be doing at least 500% 5-minute volume and 1,000% 1-minute volume. So earlier in the day, you probably wouldn't have seen it because the volume wasn't there. Now, this one over here, Extreme Master Blaster, this is just segmented. This is color coordinated by its strategies. So if I go over here to strategies, I got 5 different strategies in here. This is also a very good alert, and I will share them with you. As a matter of fact, I don't have to. If you go to your channel bar and you go to the Traders Vault, you will find them in there. But I'm going to save you some time and go ahead and share it with you, because that can kind of, they're kind of thumbnails and you got to spread them all out. So let me just share them with you. Extreme volume high-low pro. I'm not sure if I copied. Let me do that again. Okay, there's that one, and let me go ahead and do Master Blaster as well. All right. Good question so far. Let's take a look at some of the races I got going on over here. This is winners from the Open. And let's see if it just, 11 minutes left. So that's a gap down one there. Probably not the best time to run these things. There's just a buck stock. Let's take a look at some of the. Let's take a look at the $10 to $30 race and see what's going on over here. Not a lot. But it is Friday, moving into Friday afternoon now, and there's a nice one kind of breaking out. Yeah, Debbie, this is winners since the Open, $10 to $30 range, and this is winners in the $1 to $10 range. Now, let me show you what you could do, because I gave these to Brad, who's been with us for a very long time, and he made it for a docking window. So if you go to New and pull up the dock channel bar. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not sure it's in here yet. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, there we go. You know what? I don't think we have it in yet. Hold on just a minute. I thought we had it in here already, but I don't think we do. Let me just share. Let me pull it up real quick. If I can find it. There it is. Okay. All right, so this is the exact same ones I was showing you. It only has 10 cars in the races, but it's also set to replace cars. So in other words, it's going to show you the top 10 cars. So I think this one may be a little bit better, because it would you're not going to have all those cars to look at. And anytime one car from the list starts doing well, it's going to replace a car that's not so doing so well. And I can go ahead and share this whole window with you guys. It also has a top list. These are the top list that same exact ones that I'm doing mine off of. So you can always, if you wanted to take this docking window and make it your own and pull these down, make them 20-car races and maybe get rid of some other stuff, you could do that. The BFRI had a nice move for some reason. So if you have the newer dev version, you'll be able to see this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share it with you guys. So you'll be able to see this whole thing. But when you're playing around with these dock windows, do be careful with how many docks you have open. Like right now, I think I still have a pre-market open. But let me, and I'll just call this stock races. It gives you a whole different perspective, guys. I'm serious. I found there's that G box that's been bouncing off lows today. Had a move yesterday, and today I was watching one of the races, and I did not buy it because I was busy doing other stuff for whatever reason, but I saw it pop up from the race, watching it here. So here you go. But I'm definitely getting some value out of these races for sure. Especially, you know, in the first hour of the day, or even, 2 hours. I mean, now, we all know how after 3 hours of the day stuff gets a little wacky. That G-Box may want to go test that yesterday's high. Seeing a lot of like this one. Look at some people doing some bottom fishing. Speaking of bottom fishing, look at that. Look at that daily. It's ugly. All right, guys. Getting some good stuff done today. Debbie, it doesn't. We're gonna have a lot of. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and close this out. Let me show you, because we've done a lot of this work for you. So we do have now what's called the docked channel bar. Okay, so it's our channel bar, and everything you see in here is going to be in a docked window. Okay, so let's say you want to go to momentum. It's going to be now in a docked window for you. Okay, really convenient, because remember what you used to have to do to go to a channel bar or a channel? You would have to click on it, and it would, erase your whole layout. It wouldn't erase it, but it would take it off, and so you could see the channel. Now you can pull up the dock channel bar so you can still keep your layout up. Very convenient. So you can come in here and go through anyone. You want to see the Holly AI, just click on it, and there you have it. You can watch. You can keep that Holly up without taking up, putting it in your default layout. Wall Street bet stocks. So you can do that and just collapse it. Okay, just collapse it, and that way when you want to look at something, just come down here. And once again, like I got a pre-market one up still up here. Make sure you don't have a whole bunch of docks up, because it will start to, drag at some point if you're running just, multiple docking windows on top of your default layout with a bunch of windows in it. Strength alerts, which for swing traders, this is in real time. Okay, so these are not the same strength alerts that you're going to be seeing. That some of them will still be in there, but down here in this Market Explorer, you'll have the strength. I'm sorry. Let me straighten this out again. You're going to have the strength alerts that were for Monday. Kimberly Clark ended up doing pretty well. This one's kind of wobbling around, but you're also going to have the Market Explorer that shows the strength alerts in real time. It's going to have a daily chart and a weekly chart. Okay, these are for like swing trading, so we don't put an intraday chart in there. Okay, we're just looking at the daily here. Alcoa, look at that. Relative strength. So take a look at these, especially if you're a swing trader. Who was it? Iris, you brought up earlier, a good daily swing trader. You're going to, if you go pull up this TI strength docking window, you're going to see all the candidates. Look at that beautiful breakout there on the weekly. You're going to see all the candidates in here, and you can scroll down. It'll tell you what dates they came in. So today we've had quite a few making the I saw this earlier. Chesapeake looks really good. Look at that, trying to break out of a long-term range there. Now, I don't like when they had a really big bar to get there. I'd rather see this maybe go sideways for a few days and then break out, but still, very powerful chart. So, Debbie, that's what I was saying. Now, when it comes to building your own docks, you're going to have to spend some time with it and get comfortable with it. It's a little bit quirky, but once you get the swing of it, we do have some videos that can help you out. Let me drop one in here. Where am I at here? Okay, this is going to take you to a YouTube page that has 2 docking windows. It's going to show you how to do it. It's very helpful. But don't forget about, our docking channel. Okay, we have many themes in there that you can just go through, and you want to look at Alpha Predator, just pull it up and give it a look. Barry's watch list, we got a great window for that. That's right, Debbie. You can do that. So let's say you want to make some changes. Say you're looking at a window and you're like, well, I like it, but I want to change some of the filter settings in here. I'm going to change my price range. I don't like the price range being over $50 or $20. You can go in there, make the changes, do whatever you want to these docking windows. Now, when you do that and you right-click in a docking window, okay, it's going to save the whole window. Okay, it's not just going to save the single window that you're in. Okay, so remember just to go in there and just save, name it whatever you want to watch it. Maybe you call it Debbie's watch list, and you can make it your own. Yeah, and just save it. You are correct. That's what the beautiful thing about being able to reconfigure, change any window and make it your own, and just save it. Oh, you're welcome, Debbie. All right. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much from the overall market today. It just seems like it just doesn't want to do anything. Last couple of days. All right, guys, got a little under 10 minutes left. Been some great questions. If you have anything else, man, don't hesitate to ask, no matter how novice you might think it is. We all had to learn at one point. Yeah, well, it's UNG. It's just frustrating. Got up. I should have had half of it offered out up there, 1320. This thing doesn't want to get out of this range. You may just share the pullback above 50. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. It's looking for stocks that are, once again, they're strong over the last 50 days because they have to be above the 50-day moving average, and they're pulling back on the 5-day time frame at least. You can see this one is pulled back, but it's starting to take out the prior day's high And yes, I'll be happy to there you go. There's one right there. Although that volume's kind of scares me to the downside. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I will share it for you. Let's see. I got to put it. There you go. There's the pullback above 50 there. You're welcome. Yeah, that's a good one for, I like to use it for swing trading. And it works best, I think, when you've had a little pullback in the market like we're seeing right now. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. But that would see there's where the alert went off on that one initially. Let me see, maybe it went off sooner. For some of you guys that don't like chasing highs, this can be a good one. So you'd have been alerted on this one at 43.68. So nice little move. That it can be used for day trading, but I like to use it for swing trading. But be careful. I'm always careful in the early morning hours because a lot of times you'll get these head fakes, especially the first 15, 20 minutes. You'll get these head fakes and they'll continue because they are kind of in a downtrend. Even though they're above their 15-day moving average, doesn't mean they're going to turn around at this point. So I'm just careful in the early part of the day. And a lot of times what I'll do is my first position will be half size because just for that very reason that even though they did a bar reversal doesn't necessarily mean they're going to change course. So maybe I'll go light at first. Take a look at this Cisco, see what it's doing. Yeah, let me show you how to do that. I'll have to get out of my layout because we could not make the trader vault. We cannot put that in the docking windows because there are just too many windows. Okay, so what you'll need to do is you see something you like. Let's say the one we just talked about, Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. You'll want to just click on it and grab the corner, expand it the size you want, say like that. And then what I like to do is because I had to make the small borders just to fit everything in here, I like to go to Properties and then take it off Small Borders. So what that'll do is show you what type of window it is, whether it's an alert window, a top list, in this case, a multi-strategy window. All right, now you're ready to go. Okay, now it's like you want to have it in your current default layout. Okay, you said you found. All right. So once you do that, get it to what you like. Just right-click and save or share to cloud, and do that, and it's going to save it to your cloud so you can pull it up on any of your layouts. And a lot of good windows in here. There's just take a look at them. This bullish daily candlestick is a sweet one for bottoming tails and the green bar reversals especially. So yes, think about getting out of your default layout. You lose all your, historical data. Now you don't lose it, but it's not showing in your current window. So if I wanted to see anything now, I'd have to go to history and pull it up. But that's cool. Well, you guys asked some good questions today. We had some good topics because the time just flew. All right, I'm gonna let Barry know here. Not quite yet. Maybe he's finishing up at Taco or something. I don't want to. I'll let him. I'll give him a couple more minutes. Oh, great. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. When you minimize a docking window, do the alerts get maintained? Yes. Yes. So if you have a docking window, I only have pre-market open right now, but yes, if you nothing's going to change. They're going to continue to function in the taskbar, just like they would if they were on your main screen. But once again, do be careful how many you have up. If I'm not using them, usually I close them out because if you forget, that's a stupid birthday bot. Hold on. If you forget and start opening up a lot of docking windows, at some point, yeah, it could cause some lagging. So just a bottleneck of data. Jacques, you too, buddy. You have a good weekend yourself. And yes, I shall let Barry know. You're welcome, Debbie. Yeah, bite the bullet and upgrade. Yeah. I will say this, Debbie, before I call for Barry. I'm not having a problem. For some reason, Texas, it's not too bad, but some people are experiencing a little bit of a lag time in their chart. So it has nothing to do with docking windows. It's just like another little bug. We're working on it. As a matter of fact, I'm on a new dev version they just released yesterday that seems to be working better for the other ones. But you can always, go back to if you get in there and you feel like you want to wait until there's a new beta release that fixes all that. It's not major, but if you really like to see charts real snappy and moving between a lot of symbols, it may cause a little frustration, but we're working on it. And for most people, it doesn't bother them at all. But there's a few people that have wanted to go back to the other version. And that's not a problem. You're welcome, Mitchell. All right, guys, I'm going to let Barry know that I am ready when he is. And once again, you guys have a great weekend.
Boy, I'm keeping a close eye on that hour. You can just sort of sense that if it cracks through that high right there, I mean, it's been creeping up, little, higher lows in the last hour. Creeps up on some volume. I'm not in it anymore. So close. So close. I think the high is 920. It's at 902 right now, just hovering around that 9 level. And then it just dropped a little bit. Anyway, so what I'm going to do, you guys don't have to do what I'm going to do, of course, but just explaining. AEHR, what is it doing right now? Another earnings play, just kind of resting, doing nothing. Yeah, I can give it to you. I mean, this really is, it's the repeating. I think most people probably look at the repeating. It's got both of them in there. Just a minute, guys. Just a minute, guys. Okay, a real burst up here. Came right back down. I guess I'm lucky. I didn't get the fill I wanted. I'm gonna stick that alert. What's this one for? Ah, this is the ARCE. Okay, so this is dropping now below here. The only issue I've got is maybe all this stuff here could stall it. Yeah, the watch list up or down is just the flip. If you want to flip it, you can. Most people don't care so much about the ones that are moving down. So due to space considerations in the channel, that's why it's organized like that. But you can always just take this and flip it. By flipping it, I mean duplicating. Ricky 2080. I wonder what that means. Born in 2080? Okay. Welcome. So by flipping it, duplicate the window and then click on configure when you've in the duplicated window, and then just flip it. And then you'll get the ones moving down. It'll just flip whatever can be flipped. Obviously a new low, and these will be below yesterday's low. Okay? So new to the chat or new to Trade Ideas? Do you have Trade Ideas, Ricky, as a subscription or? Ah, okay. So you already got a subscription. Good. All right, one more kick at the hour. See if it bursts through 9 again. Okay, Kate, so what I said was take a look at my homepage. All right, click on the homepage link. I just put it there. And if you click on the education section, okay, the education section, I know Real has already talked about, but you don't have Trade Ideas, but this is, the introductory lessons. But what I would do, if you're brand new to trading, and it sounds like you could be, head on down to the Back to Basics, okay? It starts off with what is a stock. So you can start there. Well, again, take a look. I mean, if you're brand new to trading, I mean, we don't have a free service, so. But if you're brand new to trading, take a look at those videos. Ah, J.P. Morgan. I'm old school. Starts right here this week, but everybody else. I'm surprised J.P. Morgan is releasing on Friday. But this week, this is the week, Alcoa, but also all the other guys: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Citi, all the other big banks are this week. Excuse me. I mean, guys, I'm just waiting on this hour to see if it pops up through 9 again. All right, what else is happening? So the BFR, TBPH, are you topping out? TBPH. Well, this was an awesome short. I think this was the day, not that month, right there. Yeah, 2 days ago. This was a pretty good short. Well, that's why I've got my sound toggle turned off. Well, I probably should have taken this as a scalp anyway, ARCE. I still think, it could stall fairly close to here. I may be completely wrong. It may just completely keep going down. I'm talking about the ARCE. Nice alert at 1923 and being at 1887 right now, but I just looked at this. I thought maybe there's just too much support here. Well, so much for that price target put on KSS. So far, anyway, still down for the day, but it is rebounding. Oh, getting so close. I need to see this into the 20s hour. Anyway, I'll just put a price alert there. If it happens, it happens. Yeah, well, the key for me now, especially, not so much earlier, but now especially, is share sizing on that hour. Because you know it's going to be whippy. So you got to be prepared for that whip. But obviously, who knows where this is going if it keeps going higher? Who knows? There's obviously no resistance. IPO. Who knows where it's going? All right, guys. Well, taking some now. Can it hold 9? I'm in 917-ish on my average now. So if it touches 9, I'm out. All right, guys, look, I was expecting more of a pop already. Okay, so I'm out some. I mean, I don't have very much. Wow, now 910 bid on the bid. What I was hoping for was a big explosion through that 940 mark. Yeah, well, this one, of course, is this is gut. This is all gut feel. All right. When I first brought Hour to the attention of the room, it was all gut feel. 1.5 million shares at 4. We've seen it before. Thought, okay, maybe we'll see it again. And so far, we've seen it again. We're seeing it again, I should say. So not quite as explosive, explosive as the other ones that we had referred to. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I wouldn't even try, but yeah, I mean the Hour versus SOPA, as Zach is pointing out. I mean the SOPA was insane. The Hour is not insane, crazy, but not insane. right. Well, I'm out of everything again. I may take it if it gets out to the 950 mark, just to play around with it. Not a bad one from the AI, really. Zuo, it's trying to obviously on some kind of a comeback trail. 1685, if it takes that out, and what did it get to today? It got up to 1676, so the next high looking left. I'll stick an alert around 1689, see if it takes that out. Have to contend though, not too far away, that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, I'm getting no new alerts. Just kind of in a holding pattern right now. Yeah, I have that thumbnail, that EXAI. William, I wanted you to analyze this and try to figure out, well, why did it not move? Why did it do what it's doing? $100 million upfront investment, upfront, 100 million cash into them by Sanofi. Looked good in the pre-market. There was never a lot of volume, and the spread was always terrible, but I thought once the market opened, I thought maybe this would have a run. I mean, it's an awful looking daily chart. I know that. But I thought maybe that sort of news would inject a lot more into this, and in fact, it went negative. All right, Guy, the hour's up. Yeah, I'll go over that in a bit. Kate, okay, I'll go over that in a bit. All right, starting to get some alerts now. HGSH. Come on, hour. Don't let me down. Wow, all of a sudden my alerts are coming alive. Go, go. Now 10 could be a real stall for HGSH, I think, is on the move, guys. Yes. Just mentioned this one. Man, it did nothing for a long time. I believe the conjecture is that with Papa John's opening 1,300 restaurants in China. They thought maybe this little Chinese real estate company could be poised for some action. That was the rumor, okay? But you know, you saw what it did in the pre-market, but the market opened, basically dropped, and it has rested for almost 2 hours before all of a sudden some volume came in and it popped it. And go hour go. Yeah, okay, Kate, you see, the way I trade, and you know, I'm trying to manage this hour thing, okay? The way I trade is that there is no blanket. In other words, I don't go, okay, every trade I get in, I'm going to, my stop is 10 cents below, 20 cents below, 0.5% below. For me, it has to be based on a little more than just, you know, plucking a number out of thin air. It has to be based on, I'll call it some science. So for instance, if I got into, I'm just having to manage this hour trade, okay? So just, I'm just waiting to see if it can break 10. I mean, if it breaks 10, look out. But let's take, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's take this trade right here. So when I get into a trade, what I always do, and this is where the practice comes in, okay? I'm more of a visual person. So when I get into a trade, if I were in this trade right now, okay, this HGSH, and not up here, but maybe, you know, in this area here at 280, and I'm looking at this chart, and I'm thinking, okay, this is a good support area, say this 270 area right here. If it broke down through that, I would want to be out of the trade. So that is where I'd be putting my stop, as an example, okay? So when you say a blanket, yeah, so there's no blanket. There's no like, okay, every trade I'm in, 10 cents below, I'm out. 20 cents below, I'm out. Or 0.5% below, I'm out. No, I'm always sizing up. I'm sizing up a chart. And that is where I'm going to put my stop. Others will maybe, you know, when they get into a trade, they may take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Some might take the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Some may look at a moving average, you know, breaking down through a moving average. That's why I'm saying there's no, for me anyway, there's no blanket, there's no right or wrong way either. Okay, it's what you get comfortable with. So for instance, again, I'm having to watch the hour because this is either going to pop through or it's going to. There's no way it's going to stay at 965. Or it's going to drop. Let's take a trade. Let's just take a trade and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's say I wanted to take this, again, this is just for math purposes, okay? Say I wanted to take this trade right here, this QNRX. I am going to, again, I don't like the way this is all structured right now. This is a simulator. You have access to a simulator, okay? So I'm going to take 500 shares of QNRX. Okay, so turfed out of the hour, I am going to put a $10 stop on, or a $10 price on it, price alert on it, just in case it takes out 10 later on. Okay, so for demonstration purposes only, okay, in the simulator I took 500 shares of this QNRX, and the entry was 196, okay? Again, this is just, I want to make the math really easy. So I'm going to add a stop order, and the stop order is going to be $1.76. Not because, you know, as I said before, not because every stop is going to be 20 cents away, but if I were truly in this trade and I were sizing it up and I saw a lot of support at $1.76, so if it broke down through it, I'd want to be out of the trade. So just again, this is just for demonstration purposes. So here we are. So why did I put a stop 20 cents away and take 500 shares? The other aspect is once you start getting comfortable with where you're going to place a stop, and again, that can take, I don't know how long it's going to take. You have to get comfortable with a way in which you're going to place a stop. Again, I usually size it up on a chart, But again, you can maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candles, 15-minute candle. You just have to find a way to get comfortable. The other thing I can talk about is that you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. Okay? You should have some kind of a checklist, and your checklist could be completely different from mine, completely different from Reel's, completely different from, 100 people in this room. You have to develop your own checklist. Most of the things that I look at, excuse me, are already my check. I can check a lot of the things based on the scans that I create. In other words, I know when I see an alert, it's going to be in a price range I like because I've created a filter that's only going to show me stocks in a certain price range. I know that it's going to have a minimum volume that I would look at because I've created a volume filter that shows me a minimum. So when I get an alert, most of the things are already checked, okay, for me. Then it's a matter for me to click on the alert, and then I start checking, because I'm more of a momentum trader. Most of the things I look at are near the high or the low of the day. That doesn't have to be your style of trading, okay? But if it's near the high or the low, or say I'm going to go long something, if it's near the high of the day, then that's when I'm starting to look left on a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart to see, okay, where is the next high on these higher time frames? Like, in other words, where could it keep going to until it hits the next high? It doesn't mean it's going to get there, but what I try to do is take a lot of what I'll call chart resistance out of the equation. There are many other reasons why a stock won't keep going up, but one of the reasons I don't want is for it to come into like a lot of resistance on top. So that's my style of trading. So why did I take 500 shares of this? The other aspect is, depending on your account size, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, for demonstration purposes, I'm always risking $100 a trade. So why did I take 500 shares of this, of the QNRX? If I take the entry, which is 196, and I take my stop, which is 176, the difference is 20 cents. I'm going to divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm risking on the trade. And if I divide 20 cents into 100, presto, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. I'm not taking the same amount every trade. My amount will always be determined by the difference between my entry and my stop. And then I divide that difference into how much I'm looking to risk on the trade. Risking meaning, if it works against me, what's the max I want to lose? The other thing is, I never, in the simulator and in my real trading, I'm always risking about the same amount every trade. So it's not like one trade I risk $100, the next trade I risk $1,000, the next one I risk $50. I'm always pretty consistent about how much I'm risking every single trade. Don't get into revenge trading. So for instance, you might have all the greatest intentions. You risk $100 that first trade, you lose. So you think, man, next trade I better risk 200 because I've got to make that up. I've got to make up the 100 I lost, and then when I win that next trade, I'll be up 100. You lose. Now you're down 300. Well, I guess I better risk $400 the next trade. You see where I'm going with this. And so revenge trading, you'll do it. We all have done it, okay? But try to resist. Obeying your stop is such a critical part of trading for me anyway, because that's the other aspect. You notice on the chart, maybe hard to see. What I'll do is I'll get a big chart up here. Okay, you see there's a big red line on here. You see it says minus 100. So what that means is if QNRX goes down to whatever that number is, 176, I'll be out for $100, okay? That is what I was risking on the trade. Again, this is in the simulator. Now, we all have the best intentions of obeying our stop, but sometimes it's really hard. Remember the checklist I was talking about? You may get into a trade and you think this is a can't miss. Everything checks out. In fact, it more than checks out. You've double checked everything, okay? And it looks like it's such a fantastic potential. They've maybe had earnings. They've had great news. The chart looks wonderful, but guess what? Even the best setup in the world, sometimes they just don't work. They just don't work. So obeying your stop is sometimes really hard in that case, and in any case, but especially in that case, you just don't want to believe it isn't working. So instead of obeying your stop and getting out for a manageable, say $100 loss, you allow the stock to keep going down, down, down because you think it's going to come back. And now you're down 200, now you're down 300, now you're down 400. Sweat is coming down, and then you finally get out, say, with a $500 loss, kicking yourself. Okay? Absolutely kicking yourself. Why did I not obey my stop? That's number one. Number two, one of the worst things that can happen is not obeying your stop, and then because you're stubborn, and when I say you, I'm talking the royal everybody, of course, you're stubborn, and you allow it to turn into that $200-300 loss, you still won't sell, and then the miracle happens. It does bounce up, and then you start making money. You're up 100, 2, 3, 4, 500. You make 1,000, and you say to yourself, thank goodness I didn't obey my stop because look what happened. And of course that can happen. Of course it can. But I'm just telling you, in order to, for me anyway, listen, I had nobody pounding this into me. I was like anybody else, not obeying my stops, just believing that I couldn't be wrong. You let your ego take over. And it would happen. I wouldn't obey them, and the thing would bounce, and I'd say, fantastic. And then, guess what? First time it doesn't bounce. Now you're down 500. Oh well, that's okay. You do it another time. Instead of obeying your stop, you're now down another 500. Now you're down 1,000, and on and on and on. And that's when your mind. It's like a disease, okay? And then you start getting petrified trading. If you have a manageable loss, you have no idea how good it actually feels to just get out with a manageable loss. And even if it bounces, you say, oh well, there's always another one. The other aspect is that when you get into that fantastic setup trade and it doesn't work and you get stopped out, guess what? It can come back a little bit later and everything sets up again, and then you can take the trade again perhaps. You can just say to yourself, okay, maybe I was just a little bit early the first time. Okay? So that's about the best I can do. The other thing is just practice, practice, practice. I know you don't have a subscription, but if you ever get a subscription, that's our simulator is great. You practice in the simulator, and until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you actually connect to a live account. Unfortunately, even if you make money in the simulator, it doesn't mean 100% you'll make money once you start trading. Because again, emotions come in. Easy for me to take a loss here. Easy. I just go, well, what the heck, it's play money. I take my loss. It still is difficult when all of a sudden you see your P&L jumping up and down, up and down, up and down. And it's very exciting when it's going up, not so much when it's going down. So it becomes very, very emotional. That's why the discipline to obey your stop can be extremely important. But I had to learn the hard way. I had to learn the hard way. I had no idea about stops. I was just, I'll take 1,000 shares every trade, and I'll put a 20-cent stop or no stop. Even worse, no stop, because I wouldn't believe that. I just couldn't believe it wouldn't work. You're reading, you're on Twitter or you're in the Reddit forum, and you're hearing all sorts of unbelievable things that people are talking about, and you say, wow, they can't be wrong. So many people are saying the same thing. Guess what? They can be, and they are. Well, just remember, I would like to say, except for this room, but there's always a hidden agenda. Okay, I'm the moderator of the room, but I'm not ever going to tell people what to buy or sell. I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should be an hour, while I'm already in, and so I'm doing what it's called front loading. So I'm already in, and I'm trying to pump it. You know, that'll never happen in this room. Well, certainly not from me, and nobody in this room does that. If I see it, you know, they're just banned. But I haven't, you know, it just doesn't happen. So you're in, I think, a good space in here. People are trying to help. You know, I mean, the other thing is, I mean, with the way these markets are now, and trade ideas. I mean, obviously, I work for trade ideas, so a little bit of a pump, if you will, for trade ideas. You know, I've been trading for a while. It used to be that you might get one or two unbelievable ones a day, okay? And if you miss them, you kick yourself, or one or two a week, okay? But we get moves in the market now all the time. And trade ideas, you know, we can identify, you know, the ones that are really moving. So if you miss one, chances are there's another one coming by, you know, maybe in the next hour or so, even less. So because you'll see in a lot of rooms, you'll see people talking, man, I got into this one and I got out here, and you're thinking, man, why didn't I see that one? How come I didn't get into that one? Well, they're usually with trade ideas. I mean, we specialize in this. You know, that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. We can generate great ideas all day long. All the ideas generated don't necessarily mean you take them, you know, because that's where the chart experience comes in. You know, you get an alert from maybe a good scan that you created, and then you have to start, you know, looking at the chart a little bit. What's the market doing? You know, are you going to want to go long when the market is, you know, like right this hour right here? You know, we were straight down. These are 15-minute candles. We were straight down. If you're going to go long against this market the way it was this hour, you got to have a pretty good idea or reason for doing it. You know, it's got to be a true alpha type stock. Alpha stock meaning it's got to be trading on its own for whatever reason. Maybe it's an earnings release. It's got some good news. You know, something that is resisting what the rest of the market is doing. Now, William. So these are all examples of simulation trades I took, okay, as an example. Goose. Now, Goose had a downgrade. I think it had an upgrade yesterday. Could have sworn it had an upgrade yesterday, or maybe the day before, but it did have a downgrade today. Just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. All right, looking at Zach, some of Zach's, I don't see too much happening on the topping plays from Zach. Well, this PCG is It's come alive for some reason. Look, some volume came in too. PCG, look at the volume that just came into PCG. Now, here's the issue. Look left. What do you see? 1160. Sorry, you see 1243, and then you see on the daily chart you see 1243. Then you see 1252. So, in my way of thinking, this could easily stall right around here. You know, so that's one reason I would never take this long right now because of this. And in fact, I'd be leaning, you know, see how it trades up here to potentially shorting it up here. But some volume came in for whatever reason. I'm just looking at the my compare count window now, guys. The scrolling, seeing if there's anything kind of interesting. Yeah, APPH, it's just some volume came in. But again, I'm just looking at the potential resistance. Don't like it. I do see a G. It's not shortable for me, so that's the TBPH definitely was shortable. A little bit of a move, definitely a little bit of a move. I'm looking for something like the Fisker or FSR from last couple days ago. That's my favorite one from your scan. Western Union is a little bit of a pop here. All right, guys. Well, it's been a very quiet day for me, other than the hour, but was nothing. It was super exciting, but in terms of number of trades, yeah, compared to yesterday. Speaking of hour, I'm going to just again. This is a sort of flatlining right now. I'm going to stick an alert just at 10:02. See if it takes it out later on. Crus? I didn't see Crus at all. You mean from here? Yeah. The spread must have been really bad early on. It's 25 cents now, which is not a big deal. 51-cent stock, or $51 stock. Excuse me, $51 stock. And as you say, if you only knew, the spread wouldn't have mattered, even if it were $2. It wouldn't have mattered. But can't possibly know that. Yeah, you're the first to mention Peloton today. We've had a lot of Peloton discussion over the last little while. Yeah, modestly. I mean, it had a little bump yesterday, a little bit of one today. Yeah, AEHR is an earnings play. And of course, I'm not allowed to short Goose, so I couldn't do that. Oh yeah, that's a beauty. I wish I took my eye off this one, the BFRI. That's from Zach Scan. First alert at 547, and then it got up to 590. And it was halted, I guess. Yeah, it was halted. Oh, that's an excellent one on a percentage basis. That's awesome. From up in this area, 570 down to 538, and maybe who knows, further down. I must have been in teach mode. New York Times, really. Now they actually bought one of the very few subscriptions that I've got is to the Athletic or Athletica, whatever it's called. And I guess I bought them for 500 million. The Athletic, yes. I enjoy reading it. But it's $500 million, and I guess the market didn't like that. What do I think of a reversal long for Crus? Well, right now there's no sign of a reversal, really. I mean, there's a little green bar there, but the only thing is there's the 200-day moving average. I mean, it's still $6 away. So the closer it gets, it may bounce off that. What did it get down to? It got down to 50.83. So got to within almost like $3 of that 200-day moving average. But one bar does not a reversal make. So is there news? Oh, it's actually an earnings play also. I didn't realize it. So it's an earnings play. No reaction. I mean, this is, to me, this is always an amazing thing. I mean, they released earnings after hours yesterday. There's the move area. I mean, there's where it closed. There's the action. Nothing. Zero. And yet, when the market, and even pre-market, no action whatsoever. And once the market opened, You know, there's the other thing. I can see now why that spread must have been terrible. It's only 283,000 shares have traded. That's almost 10 times normal, which just tells you, I mean, this is a very illiquid type stock. I mean, if 283,000 represents 10 times normal up to this point of the day, I mean, this just doesn't trade very much. And the only reason it's trading this amount is because it has earnings today. Well, Disco was awesome. I mean, I know you weren't here in the pre-market, but we saw this one, and I just said, yeah, it probably is. You know, how much more can it go? Based on the spread. Yes, I know it had this big, massive upgrade, but it surprised the heck out of me, the move it made. The AI had an alert for it at 28.17 right here. So the first 15-minute candle actually was right at 9:36. All right. Well, this popped into Zach's scanner, and this is shortable. I didn't think it'd be shortable for me. And there's that 200-day moving average. Well, I mean, look what happened 2 days ago. Got right into the 200-day, and then it just stopped. No, you're right. You're right. There are not very many. Well, in fact, they just got snapped up. Well, I have a few. I have a few of them. There are no more shorts available now, but I've got a I'm not too worried. I mean, the worst I'm going to do, in my opinion, will be up in this area. Now, should I just scalp it now? All right. Well, I will get out. I was able to short it at 247. Sorry, 245. 245. So I'll get out there if it gets back there. So we'll see what happens. I'm talking about the double A CG. Not at all. I'm pulling a Zach. way more way more dependable. Unless you're talking about taking like 0.5% or 1.5% or whatever. Oh, I see. Okay. So, Eagle Trader, I hope you're not asking for my advice. You say you're shorting Riven and NYT, holding for the weekend? Question mark. You know, so if you're already in it, as long as you have a stop. Problem is, yeah, Riven is just, man. I wonder when or if it'll see. Well, I'm sure. I shouldn't say it. I mean, will it see 100 again? Oh, I have no idea. Eagle, I have no idea. What do I think they're going to do on Monday? Riven and what was the other one? New York Times. I mean, New York Times is being hit because of their acquisition. You know, if it continues down, I have no idea if it will continue down. And that, you know, in that case, I mean, I'm certainly not a financial advisor. I have no crystal ball to know if New York Times is going to continue down, nor is Riven going to continue down on Monday. I mean, look at NYT. I mean, that news that they had the $500 million acquisition, that happened in the pre-market. I mean, this didn't happen right here. So, you know, look what was happening. Nothing really. And all of a sudden the market opened and boom. But, you know, there was no reaction to that news in the pre-market. So a person may have looked at that and go, okay, I guess the market doesn't mind it. So that's the thing. I mean, it's so hard to predict. Come on, AACG. Give me into the high 20s and I'll consider that a win. So this person in the YouTube room, he says he's short PJ. Wants to hold a short of NYT over the weekend, along with Riven, RIVN. All right, guys, it's 2:02. So as always, I'll get off the mic at 3. Keep the room open till 3:30. Then you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris will be there, if you want to, of course. Ah, look what had a great bounce. Shoot. Off that 18, EXAI. Yeah, they're both short. He's both short, both of them real. Wanting to hold them over the weekend. Well, that'd be a big win if it, for me anyway, if I got down to 223 off the VWAP. I'm in at 245. 240. I can't read my writing. 244. And just waiting to see if it could. For me, a win would be in the high 20s. Wow. Read it and weep. Look at GME. Almost back to where it came from. After hours had that ridiculous, insane pop. All right. A little winner, guys. Anyway, GME. Yeah, imagine. You're sitting there, and then after hours, it goes from 131 all the way up to 176, and it, based pretty nicely up here. And okay, this morning it kind of fell, but look at this. It looked like okay, maybe it'll start to get back up there, and it's now gone from 165 down to 133. I've said that I don't know how many times, Zach, and it just seems to be a miracle. Somehow they're able to rustle up enough people to buy it. This is it? All right. All right. Zach called This Is It for GME at 2:06 p.m. on January the 7th, the year of our Lord 2022. We'll see if that's right. Well, it's still, never mind the NFT, never mind crypto. It's still all about the mythical billions of shares that are short that are not being disclosed, right? That is what it's all about. I mean, GME can come out with their little press releases about it's nothing to do with the company. It's all about, again, I'm going to call it the mythical billions of shares that have to be covered at some point. All right, guys, things have really slowed down for me. My doubts now about the hour, maybe getting up to 10. William, I asked you to analyze EXAI. You haven't done it. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. I did not see that. I apologize. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. No, that makes sense then. Well, then that explains it. I couldn't quite get that. Why $100 million for a company? We don't have a handle on the float really. I mean, it's no way it's 91,000. Could be about 10 million. What's happening with 1M? This is a stock that's almost another one of these IPOs that looked good for a while, got all the way up to 59, and now over the year just slid down. Ah, man, 15, almost an all-time low, just 0.5% above its all-time low. All-time low must be over here, 20, must be 15. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for about 2 or 3 minutes. Where do we stand on arrow? I'm still waiting on a 10 break. Believe it or not. Now, big psychological number to get through. If it gets through that, what was the high? The actual high was 979. It looks like, or 975. Yeah. So 980. Call it 980 was the high. If we get some volume and it pops it through 10, I think it could have another little run in it. That's my opinion, of course, but I'm not in it anymore, so. Yeah, so Robert, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube. We don't have option flow at all, okay? We have some option filters, but we don't have option flow. So I think the answer to your question is no. All right, guys, it took a while, but we now are into the 20s. There's that VWAP, so 225. That may be it. So again, Robert, yeah, all we have for options, these are the option filters that we have, but no option flow, okay? Put call ratio, option volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, option volume today, put and call volume today. And then this is kind of the key one that I use for my option scanner. I'm not trading options, I'm just trading the scan itself. Okay, so that percent right there is showing. Excuse me, if I put 300% as an example, that means a stock will have to be trading at least 3 times the number of contracts that it normally has done over the last 10 days. So it'll be unusual option activity. Well, if you do a scan on it, option flow is basically the time and sales for options. So we don't have time and sales for options. Similar, so this is time and sales for stock, okay? You don't see the symbol here, but that's the time and sales for the stock. Option flow is the time and sales for literally the option activity. We don't have that. So you could call this, I guess, I've never heard it referred to this, but you could call this, I suppose, the stock flow. You know, how quickly is it trading? How rapidly is it trading? The bid ask, you know. So the option flow would just be the same thing, except with the option data. And we don't have that. You must have been snoozing for a while then on the A. I mean, great at the beginning and then just sort of baselining here. I was actually hoping it would show up here, but the relative volume is just too low. All right, Zach, let's take a look at your G box now. Now, the G box, next high, looking left, is yesterday, 543. Will it stall there? Will it get close? And there are shorts, yeah, lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for G box. When is it ready? You mean the channels themselves? Because you can have access to right now in the latest beta. But if you're talking about the channels, maybe next week. I don't have a definitive time. But you can create up races already, or create up. You can create races already from your top lists. But if you're talking about literally clicking on new, and then the dock channel bar and the races, where are they? Real-time stock races, they're not available yet. They're creating a bunch of them. Yeah, if you take a top list, I mean, listen, I don't use it, and I'm not 100% sure I'll ever be using it unless I can figure out a way to make money at it. Okay, it'll be that simple. But let's take a look at, for instance, this one. So this is just a top list, okay? Any top list right now. So if you're on the latest beta, I'm pretty sure if you have an option that says launch real-time stock race from a top list. So you can do that right now. So if I want to launch a real-time stock race, I pick how many. Now, if you were watching the demo yesterday or on Wednesday, now it's a little, there are more options. But I'm going to go 8 and I'm going to go 10 minutes. And based on option percent increasing. And I think that's it. I'm going to ready to race. It's going to count down. Yours won't do this. I'm in a development version, okay? But I mean, the essence is the same. So what this is going to pick up, hopefully, are stocks where the option volume is percent is picking up. So that number right there. It's a 30-second, sort of starting their engines. And here we go. So it's like looking at a top list pictorially, okay? But I will be honest, I'm not 100% sure how I will be able to use it. Okay, if you go to, I'll give you the link. Somebody's asking. So if you go to my homepage, okay, click on my homepage link. And when you do that, so it'll be on my homepage, that's what it'll look like. And scroll to the top, and then where it says download. Click on download. And then you have to scroll and then download trade ideas, okay? But you want to go down to the beta. There's the production version. I guess it doesn't have it in there, but I guess the beta does. Just keep scrolling. There we go. Here we go, yes. Oh, good, real-time stock race. So that's where it is. This is what you're seeing here is, I don't even have the latest version. Whoa, guys, getting close. You know what I'm talking about. The stocks that shall not be named. I've got to be prepared. All right, guys. You know what I'm looking at? Phew. Scalping. Oh my gosh. I mean, I got insanely lucky, guys. I'm looking at my buy and I'm looking at my sell. I got insanely lucky. Now, it could happen, it could come back again. And I mean insanely lucky. I mean, I only got 20 cents, 23 cents out of it. Pretty happy because look what it did afterwards. Whew. Wow. No, it could happen again. I mean, this could easily pop back. I gotta put my alert again. I'm sorry. I have to do it. I can't get over how lucky I was. I mean, but you know, in something like this, you've got to have your finger on that sell button. Rail from yesterday, or what did it do? This was a AI alert yesterday, all day. Earnings play yesterday did very well. Almost at the high now of yesterday. So you see this. I mean, so the G box is winning the race. Looks like it's going to win this race. It's going to be over in 57 seconds. Now, what does that mean? I don't know what it means. I would use the beta, Derek. I mean, I've, you know, since I became a subscriber in 2010, I always use the latest version. So I would use the beta. And welcome, Derek. Just waiting for this to finish. Okay, so the winner was G-Box. But again, what do I do with it? And again, this was based on an option percent increasing. There might be other types of races or other races. That's what they're trying to develop in the race channel. But again, guys, I'm not going to, I have no idea if this will be of use to me or to anybody who is an active trader. I really don't know. The 4-day 15 chart does work, and some do. I don't know what you mean. I don't have a 4-day. We don't have like a 4-day 15-minute chart as such. I mean, am I being up? You cannot customize the cars, not yet, anyway. I mean, there's talk about allowing people to pick what they want. It could be horses or cars or something else, but well, not yet, Barry, not yet. So I don't know what you mean by a 4-day. I mean, this is a. So this is today. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm looking at 4 days of 15-minute data. So what is the question exactly? Sometimes there's no data. Well, I don't use it, so I can't answer that. I'm just going to type in a bunch of symbols right now. Give me a symbol that there's no data, as an example. Obviously, hour, not. All right. But it appears that Dave just started trading as Dave on the 6th. Yeah, remember, it was a spin-off. It was a spin-off. So, I mean, it just started trading as Dave. Well, give me another one. Give me another one that literally didn't start. I mean, I can explain that one. I remember this was a spin-off from something. Well, okay, but the one you gave me, I mean, there is a rational explanation because it didn't start trading until here. So you won't have 4 days. Listen, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that the one you gave me, I mean, there is an explanation about why you're not seeing it. I'm just clicking on different alerts right now, and definitely for Dave, that's the case. But if you can find another one that, like, something as obvious that has been trading more than 4 days, let me know. Ah, shoot! I forgot I was in a G box short. I should have taken it off. When it dipped down here, I should have taken some. I should have taken it off. I can't believe I was distracted. All right, Dak. Let's do this. What do you think you should do now? We won't do it, and let's see what it did. What it did over the or what it did on Monday, or what's going to do on Monday. What one are you thinking about right now that on Monday you could say the same thing? You know where I'm going. Well, when you say you should have overnighted ALGS, okay? Let's pick one today saying that on Monday you could say the same thing. As you know, everything looks great in retrospect. I mean, I could say right now, wow, I should hold hours. I should hold hour overnight. Well, overnight, over the weekend, and wake up Monday morning to it at $20. Have you often shorted? Held shorts overnight? I've only done it once. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. I'm reading your comment, or Bloomberg comment about gamers, GME. I don't know if it's specifically directed to GME, but all right, guys. Wow, it's already 2:48. Okay, so again, I'll be off the mic at 3. Keep the room open until 3:30. All right, guys. So take a look at my my home page before I get off the mic. Of course, now is a good time to ask questions if you have any before I get off the mic. Barry, copy? What do you mean by that? Okay, so when you click on my home page, here's how you can take out a subscription right here. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, free. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, free. The education, most of it geared towards trade ideas, of course. We have the big user guide, introductory lessons, but if you scroll all the way down here, whoops, we have Back to Basics, another free service. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, or hey, maybe even just a different take. Michael's got a different take, perhaps. Take a look at this. And then, of course, my scan section, all the scans that I'm sharing are here. And so here in these two sections, lots of information. Save my link, then you can look at it anytime you want. Am I here? Yes, I am here. Not for long, another 9 minutes, then I'll get off the mic. Always pop onto the mic though if there's a question that needs to be answered via the mic. You know, guys, I mean, this again, not a suggestion, but this one from the AI yesterday, an earnings play, RELL, all-time high. People are always looking for swing ideas. I mean, it's an all-time high. Doesn't trade very much, but it's looking pretty interesting. I mean, it's above the yesterday's high now. 14.99 was yesterday's high. Again, earnings play, so you don't have to worry about earnings. And this is like a second day continuation, but more importantly, I mean, it's a lifetime high, nothing to stop it. So by the same token, you could have taken DOGZ. I mean, that ran yesterday all the way down, closed near the low, and you would have done okay. 326 at close, got down to 257 this morning. No, no, you wouldn't have. Okay, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, but it's sold all day. Okay. I mean, to me, it based down, 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 little base, down, down, closing near the low. If I had been so inclined, that's one I would have taken. Yeah, a little bit of a. Well, I'm basically flat on this one if I get out right now for the G box, not the Gob X, but the G box. Okay, guys, I'll just put my announcement in. What time is it? 2:55. So I'll put the announcement in. Oops, wrong. Okay, and then when I do put myself on mute, that'll be at 3 o'clock. Again at 3:30. If you haven't had enough, if you need more, excuse me, you can always go over to YouTube at 3:30. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. So I'll just put the YouTube link in. All right, I'm out of the G box. Took a small loss on it. You too, Ricky. I think he means keep an eye on it for later on for a short. coming into little resistance areas right now. So I think that's what he's referring to. See, Zach and I are like an old married couple. We know what we know what we mean. That didn't come out right. I know what he means. Yeah. So went back a few years there, Dak. All right, guys, I think that is it. I'll put myself on mute. Again, I'll be here. Any questions I can answer text-wise. I'll hop on the mic if there's something I have to answer via mic. Otherwise, I'll put myself on mute, and I'll come back at 3:30 just to close the room down. Pardon me?
You're in a court?
No, I have to shut the room down at 3:30, 12:30.
I have to ask you if you could help me.
Can I wait 3 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have to pee and
Okay.
put a cookie in my mouth.
All right, guys, shutting it down now. Let me just get my script in here. All right, well, thanks a lot for all the help today and the week and the year and the months, etc. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow, not tomorrow, open the room Monday morning, 8 o'clock Eastern. So, again, have a great weekend. We'll see you then. Bye bye.
Alrighty, looks like the video transferred. Checking my audio here. Alright, audio sounds good too. Barry's making the transfer to me, Chris Varley. For anybody that's not familiar, I carry the rest of the stream till 4:30 Monday through Friday market days. Very often, unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes into the stream, people get kicked for some reason whenever I take it over. So if you do and you like to come back, please just refresh the page and I will be here. I do this every day, every market day, as an open forum Q&A. I have no pre-done content. I let you folks drive the content. The idea is that the community grows together with the questions that we have. Of course, we'll go through some charts, talk about the AI, some different things that I was seeing or thinking about with scans in the market if nobody has questions. But I'm really here for you all. Alright, sorry about that, just some internal messaging going on here. You guys are quiet on me here to start the session. And wind down the week. Funny how that goes. So, much of the same theme that we've had going on here. Chop, chop, chop on the markets. We're just running sideways. Let's see here. Let's get a SPY up here. So, looking at the daily here, we got this nice move coming up here into the fall. We sell off into the fall a little bit, rolling into late fall towards the winter. We make a move up, we pull back, we make a move up, pull back. Just much of the same theme, so I just kind of continue to comment on, for those that think it's 5 stocks and holding up the whole market and the market's stripped to all-time highs and we're just bound to fall. And it's not to say we can't or we won't or anything like that. That's not really what I like to do. I mean, I like to make my own predictions to myself or whatever just for fun because, kind of human nature. But, the charts kind of just confirm higher lows for a very long time and long bits of range. And again, so folks have questions here, please ask those questions. I see it looks like everybody got kicked out of the stream as usual, so I'll just kind of talk to myself into the void here. Lonely Friday on the Trade Ideas late Q&A stream. So, alright, let's start diving around the market, I guess, for a moment. So there's the SPY, but I think the real market's told better by these two here, RSP. And again, I know this is, anybody that does attend these, rinse and repeat a lot of these things, but, these are the things to watch. This is what we watch. This is what we do. It's not always exciting, and like some of these guys that you see on YouTube. I traded 600,000 shares today and made $1 million. That's not what 99.9999999% of traders do. So look, RSP, all right, that's your equally weighted SPY or your equally weighted S&P 500, and we just kind of continue to hang here near the top of a new range that is created over a few months, and this range goes back a little bit. And so I think it's fair to call this a whoopsie to this side now, like this was a whoopsie to that side before. Um, why are they whoopsie? Well, we popped out of the range, but then we popped back in it for a decent amount of time. And here again, we popped out of the range, we popped back in it. Now, we've had this good range here. So we're not sitting down here near and banging on anything. And we might be on Monday, we might be on Tuesday. 22 minutes and change. I don't think we're going to head too far south, if at all. My compare count window shows some ramping both sell side and buy side here, or I should say highs and lows, not really sell buy, but same kind of concept. But we can see it's again in the small caps, or the selling is outpacing in the small caps versus the buying. Where here in the larger caps, we see the selling getting weak right here, while the buyers are still strong here. And we could pull up different charts and kind of confirm that in different areas. So like I said, I really love these compare count windows. I plan to do some more work with them here in the new years, looking at some things, some ideas, thoughts that I have. Anyways, short and skinny there. MDY, this is one that I really, really like looking at. There we go. And this is, your equally weighted mid-cap trust, all right? And again, long range here, right? And we look like we were coming out of it and down in it. And we look like we were coming out of it and down in it. And we look like we were coming out of it, and guess where we're headed? Right back in it. And this has just kind of got a slow fade the whole day here, so very well could end up back in it by the end of today. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. And so again, you hear about, we're bound for this crash. Well, okay, but where are we crashing from? I mean, this is going all the way back to early last year, right here, early last year. Is that a crash? If we were to take all that out, we didn't exactly gain a whole lot. So again, I get it. People, they pull up a NASDAQ chart and they look at this and they go like this. All right, well, perspective, all right? Sure. You want to look at it from here to there, all right, but what's the full journey from there to there? Anyways, a lot of this is how I look at these things. Plays a role in how I put positions on and how I feel about my stops and how I share size and set stops and things like that. And in a market where we're kind of chopping sideways like this, I've been taking smaller share size, exiting a little earlier on things. Just playing what's there in front of me. And that's just taking the pulse of what I do. Odds are I will not be making $1 million this year unless I play a lottery ticket and hit it, but I'll probably pay my bills this year. So, it's a nice feeling to do that, especially after, many people I've conveyed to, I was, not a very good trader for a long time. It took time for me to kind of find my handle, my place in this world. Alright, you all the few of you that are in here continue to remain very silent, assuming anybody's here. Sometimes I feel bad. I kind of seem the same market thoughts over and over again for you all. Sometimes there's not a lot to add because, I'm a boring trader. if I can't stir the pot here and get some more people to come and say hi to me. So today, I continue to look at the fact of growth versus value. Value just seems to be where it is. Growth, not what it was. I put up a couple charts the other day, something I kind of stole from Michael Noss, of ARC and Berkshire B. Kind of comparing those together, and take a look at that again. It doesn't seem to be any stop in sight for Kathy Wood's ARC, and that's no comment on her as a fund manager or whatever she does. Nobody nails it all the time. She had a good run for a little bit. Now she's taking some lumps, and I'm sure she'll do something well again. I don't see why she wouldn't. She's certainly no fool. For my 2 cents, anyways. You look at things like this, and it ripped, it came down, and we'll see where she bounces from there. But right now, it's just not where the money is flowing to, and right now, these are the kind of plays that are in play right now, and really see Buffett is ripping. Things that are Buffett and Munger are doing are ripping right now, and everybody talks about the transfer and things like that, and it just goes back to something that I read. There's a great book that I read, and just always talks about revision to the mean, and the more things change, the more they stay the same, basically. And that's not to say that new and exciting people can't come on and make a splash and do wonderful things, but the stuff that's always works for a reason, over the long term, anyways. And we're seeing that play out in the tape right now. You look at some good value names here. Let's pull some stuff up. Quote unquote flight to safety or whatever you want to call it. But General Mills, they pay a nice dividend. That's looking pretty good right now. It looks like it might take a shot at lifetime highs in the not too distant future here. Who's someone else that we can look at? Energy's been strong. Here comes Mobile. They're starting to run away a little bit here again, passing pre-pandemic highs, I do think. Let's take a look. Let's zoom out a little bit more. And people get caught up, and I want I want to trade low floats, and I do this, that, the other thing, And so, all right, we're coming up on pre-pandemic highs. I know it's a terrible drawing, but I think you get the idea of what I'm trying to do here. And they discount the things that are moving, and you say, well, that's not where the move is right now. The move is in some of this stuff, especially for swing traders. Yeah, but I don't want to trade those things. Okay, you don't want to trade things going up. I don't really get that, but all right. So, all right, good to hear, Empower. Appreciate it. So, and I look at a scanner like Barry's got going on here, this moving higher with unusually strong options, and not everybody can trade stuff like this, day trade stuff like that. It's few and far in between for me to get, be able to take some of these things. They just don't work for me and my personality and whatever else. That's not to say I don't trade from the scanner very much, but something more like this. This is my wheelhouse. These kinds of charts like this. There's less punishment when I'm wrong, and good enough reward when I'm right, anyways. So, would I like to trade stuff like this? Yes. Do I still kind of try to work on myself to be able to trade more stuff like this? Yes, I do. Because it's nice when you can put positions on and things like this and let them work. and then during the day, maybe you get, a dinner's worth of money out of a few trades like this. That's a nice feeling to kind of. It's almost like a dual income from the same business we're running here. Because I don't like to refer to trading as a job. I refer to it as a business. We're employing ourselves. Yeah, yeah, no, and I'm always happy to be here. I tease when I'm saying I'm talking in the void and lonely. Actually, what really bothers me is the fact that I always come in here and there's 25 to 40 people when I take the stream, and it seems like everybody gets kicked, and I'm at my wit's end with this software. Nobody can really give me any answers or help me with it, and I feel bad because I feel like people are like, well, I got kicked. I'm just not going to bother coming back. Yeah, that's it. And the process and that trading plan, that so-called trading plan. I never my big sin was a trading plan that works for trading this stuff consistently. That's my big sin. So that's why I shied away from it, and I was able to find trading plans that work more on a swing basis for me. So I was messing around today. Here, I'll pull this up, and I didn't get the chance to mess around with it anymore. I just made the scan real fast. Um, Take a look at it real quick. I didn't even get to name it, and I was just I was trying to find stuff that's near the year's high essentially. So position range minimum 96%. I was looking at stocks between $1 and $100. And let's see, exclude some stuff here. Um, Got rid of ETFs. Let's get rid of warrants. Uh, Warrants testing. That's what I really want. Um, do I really want to get rid of ETFs? You know what? No, I'm not going to get rid of ETFs. We'll get rid of warrants. Let's make sure we get rid of the NYSE special symbols. We'll do it like that for now. All right, but what else did I want to do with this? I was trying to think. Well, I don't need a massive amount of volume all the time. It is nice to have. I don't want to trade something that's trading 50,000 shares a day. I'd say most people don't want to trade something that's trading 50,000 shares today. So, I'm looking at kind of more long-term ideas on this, and average daily volume 3 months. Let's add that filter, and let's throw, I don't know, we're going to put an arbitrary number, 350,000. The thing I don't want to miss is, just some banks that are making some new highs recently, and new all-time highs, and they don't trade a ton, but they're very strong charts, and I don't want to miss things like that. What else do we want to see here? We've got this score filter. I'm going to just throw that in there for fun. A stock composite rating. Let's add that filter, and let's make sure we'll put it at 75 score. This runs it from 30 to 100, and this updates in real time, this composite filter. So, all right, we're looking at, 1 to $100, 350,000 shares a day. We got to be, sitting up in the nosebleed seats of the year. This composite rating, we're going to sort on the change from close percent. What else can we do? Is there anything else we want to add? I don't like to over filter either on some of these scans, because then you're not returning any names. And the idea is I want a lot of ideas, especially when I'm scanning on the weekend and I'm going through, a few hundred charts. I want a ton of ideas. And then, I break down the charts from there and decide, what's going to make my liked list and anything like that. So let's see, what else can we look at here? Might do it. Some of these things, some are more day trading filters, some are more swing trades, some cross each other. I think with that going 3 months back in the year high, I think that might do it for now. And take a look at what we're looking at here. Okay. call it almost there. Let's see what we're returning here. I'm going to set the compare count a little higher on this too. And those aren't, for those that are not familiar, sorry, set record count, not compare count. Those that aren't familiar, the record count on this means how many stocks can populate into the list at once. I really, for a layout that's running during the day, active trading, I'd say keep it in between 50 and 100 on your top lists. When you're scanning at night or in the early morning, or if you're just doing some basic scanning and you're not really worried about speed performance of the software, you go higher numbers then. 1,000 is the max, so let's put up 200 in here just for fun. Not that I'm going to go through all 200 charts now, but just have an idea of how many stocks are returned here by this scan. So let's see, MDP, what are you? You're bought out. So I see there's no data here in some of these things, so it makes me curious. So now they're not real. Okay, with all that said, let's start at the top here. Alcoa making new all-time highs today. So yeah, there's previous all-time high, 62.61. We took that out up here, I believe. Yep, just crest off that. And again, Alcoa, who wants to trade Alcoa? All right, well, I mean, in July, Alcoa is below 40. Now it's up above 60. You're going to tell me that wouldn't be a good trade? I mean, come on. Is it like a stock that they're going to talk about on CNBC ever? Only because it's the quote unquote de facto, this is the beginning of earnings season. When Alcoa kicks off earnings, that's the beginning of earnings season. So, that's the only time they're going to talk about that. But, they've got an agenda on that channel. And while I have an agenda here, my agenda is A, have people obviously subscribe to the software, and B, keep them as subscribers. But by keeping them, the idea is that they become successful traders and successful users of the software. So let's see, we've got thoughts on NVIDIA. NVDA. Well, I mean, my first thought and always thing is trade your plan. Whatever you put for your stop, obey it. Make sure you got your plan. But below that, you're in trouble. So, you're sitting a couple of bucks into the money right now. I'm not sure, did you enter it, back here when it was making this move, or you're catching it down here? We'll go back and talk about range a lot. And so, my longer term thoughts that come into a shorter term effect, if you will. We look at just a steady grind for all this time, and we came range bound for a very long time there, right? And we tried to pop out of that range on both sides, basically here and here, and then we just kept that range till we finally made a move, but we didn't really. We got right back down into that range again. This was the move finally. So think about all that time that you had all that range, almost, like a spring coiling up, and then a nice shot out of the cannon, a little range, a nice shot and a test back, and we really shot. All right, so as long as you can hold this here, you're feeling good and feeling safe, obviously. And below that, coming back down to test this level here is I think kind of reasonable and likely. Obviously, nothing is set in stone, and I could be as wrong as anybody. It wouldn't be the first or last time. Got a long way off of earnings, so you don't have to worry about that messing with you whatsoever. I think, one of the things, unfortunately, that you're going to have to contend with is that tech is suffering right now. And while NVIDIA isn't necessarily, one of those big growth names, they've been around a long time. If the rest of what's in here starts to move against you, you're going to get moved against there. So it's kind of my thoughts. I don't know if you're, you have a 6-month outlook, a 3-week outlook. So you entered today. So, you can always play my game and satisfying both devils. And what do I mean by that? Well, all right, you entered at 71, and you're sitting up near 73, so you're up nearly $2 on it basically. And it might not kill you to take out whatever you deem to be a sizable worthy portion in here right now, coming into the last couple minutes. And then, if you do breach this level, you're out quickly and you took something home with you, or at least, alleviated some of that pain, kind of satisfying both devils. That's one of the things that's kind of helped me a little bit. Um, I'm sitting up and, all right, well, what if this thing really rips? Well, what if it really goes? Well, how about I sell some, and regardless of what it does, I'm now protected because I've harvested some profit, and I can either decide to move a stop up, or I can say, my stop is my stop. Original stop is my original stop. I'm going to let it work, knowing that I'm still going to walk away with something. That's kind of my thoughts there. But you obviously have to see that through as you see fit. I will say this: if you entered this position and you didn't have a stop and you didn't really have a plan on when and why and where and how you would hold it for, um, killing it might not be a bad idea right now, and reassessing having those things in place before you ever enter another trade. I don't know what your experience is or anything like that. So, I come across people that have been trading much longer than me and much more than me very often. I also come across people that it's their first week ever, and they're just throwing stuff at the wall and buying it too. So the most important thing is that trading plan. You could have the greatest scan on the planet. If you don't know how to manage the alerts that are coming out of that scan, the ideas that are coming out of the scan, it'll be all for nothing. Yeah, you got it. All right, so let's mess around with that other scan again here. And again, anybody that has questions, I mean, I don't know, there's probably two people in here, both of you, that's probably it there. But anybody that has questions, whatever they be, whatever the questions may be, please ask them. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help people troubleshoot software and figure out scans and compare counts and single stock windows and all that stuff for the software. But I'm here to talk charts and all those things like that too. So. So sorry, messing with that scan again. Things are going to come up and down the list, obviously, as we move forward here. So. Sorry, I just want to send a message out here real quick. We got a birthday coming up on the weekend for a gentleman named Phil here, who's really responsible for much of what we see and do here in Trade Ideas. He's kind of the mastermind behind the creation of a lot of the software, the actual putting the software into play. So, all right, LABD, Biotech Bear. Biotech just looked terrible, 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 terrible. I mean, this isn't something I'd ever want to play on a long-term basis. Talking about 3x leveraged ETF or whatever. But um, biotechs are breaking some major resistance right now, and it's not getting any better for them, unfortunately. The IBB and the XBI. So, all right, we looked at Alcoa, AG. What are you? Medical insurance. Well, a business that ain't going anywhere. There are always going to be sick people. Again, eh, kind of on this chart. You don't got much range or anything here. Uh, has itself quote unquote a decent day, all things considered. 28 cents. Based on what we see here, but it doesn't look like it's a mover. For 1.75 billion in the float and a $9.50 lifetime high, kind of blah. At least for me, anyways. All right, let's continue to stroll through these here. So energy overall, very strong sector. More and more charts confirm this. That looks like a real good chart to me here. Pretty good size float, but nobody's betting against it really, any sort of way. Nice and liquid. Um, All-time highs are being taken out. So not just position range of the year. And again, what do? We buy smiley faces. So there's your smiley face. It doesn't mean run out and buy it. No, of course not. But it's a good looking chart as far as I'm concerned. Chesapeake Energy. This is a tricky one here. I don't remember all the history. I just remember the jokes about it and going broke and bankrupt stocks and whatever they did. So I'll just talk about the chart itself. But I don't know really anything on this one here. It's kind of tough because energy is good again, but you got this kind of range here, and then a higher range on top of that. And this did big reverse split or whatever they did because it was like a $2 stock or a $1 stock or something ridiculous like that. So just kind of stay away from this one. Just kind of my thoughts. Although natural gas is looking real good these days, and the XOP, which is about exploration, XOP has been looking pretty nice again recently. So kind of make of that what you will. If this happens to be something you're interested in, I just feel like this is one of those. While I'm one of those people just play the chart, don't read the news or anything like that. This one makes me a little more cautious just playing the chart, just because of all that nonsense that happened. Fifth Bank or Fifth Third Bank Corp. What is it? First Bank Corp. Sorry, get this ticker symbol. These two different banks confused. Another nice chart here. The train's already left the station, but financials led the way out of 2020 into 2021 real nice into the beginning of 2021, and they kind of just sat back and did their thing in that range bound that we keep talking about here, and they found themselves a higher range once again here. So drawing these boxes kind of paints the picture. Had trouble getting through that, and then just like a battering ram right through it. So real nice chart. Again, we're looking at lifetime highs here. And what I'm really trying to do with the scan is find things within the year range high. They just kind of happen to be lining up this way. Again, we're going to see some more natural gas here. Again, very nice and liquid stock. Hello, drawing tool, please work. There we go. Natural gas extraction, and This one I like because this is a little bit contrary to what the UNG has done. So we've got this kind of beautiful base on base here, and with the train leaving the station. And again, we just took out lifetime highs again. Just a chart that's not really going to get you any trouble. And look, someone that for whatever reason, just to show range, and again, it's 1.5 billion in the float. But all right, 1.5 billion in the float, but we were at $30 in the end of August, the beginning of September. We're sitting here, approaching 50 now. For those longer term people that are looking for those swing trades, you know. And what we can say about that here is that this, you know, we'd have found this on this scanner back here. All right, we'd have found it on this scanner back here too. The same scanner would have found it there, just like it is here right now. So multiple shots at getting an entry on this thing. Not to say we wouldn't sit without pain, but the idea that I'd like to find now is some stuff that looks, let me go back to that chart. I'd like to find some stuff that's sitting and has some time here right now, is what I'm trying to find. Not find it on this here. That's why we go through tons and tons of charts. That has long since left the station. Again, this is energy though. Let's see, what do you say on the profile? Operation, pipelines, midstream. Yeah, anytime you see midstream, you're working with energy and pipes. DSPT. All right. Never mind. You're triple leveraged. Regional banks, though. So just more confirmation of that story. SFM, you're breaking my heart and making me look terrible. We did a Twitter Spaces the other day, and we had to throw out a bearish idea. And I said, all right, give me FSM, SFM for a bearish idea. I feel like it's really come up. I feel like that's a little extended. I wouldn't be surprised. And it came down and kind of did what I thought it would do yesterday, only it recovered right away, unfortunately. I saw this happen. I have no position in it, so I don't, care. But, I had the quote unquote, the pressure on me. Give me a bearish idea, and I'm not really a bearish call person at all. I'm not a bullish call person, but, I'm more looking at stuff going up than going down. So I called it, but we'll see, struggling right here to get through that recent resistance. So maybe it's just, giving a second entry for a bearish shot. I don't know. I'm not going to short it one way or the other, but it was just a chart that I'd been watching and felt it was a little extended here. Another bank moving out. And again, this thing just broke all-time highs again today, so we would have found this here. We would have found this here. We would have found this here. So, while we're not finding right this second some charts that I'm really interested in, and as in terms of putting on my liked list and kind of, holding on to them to see if there's a position to be had in the next day, 2, 3 week, whatever it is, we're seeing stuff that had probably set up earlier on the same type of scan right now. And, the real simple scan. I just kind of show the versatility of what we're doing here. EOG, this looks great too. I was looking at this yesterday, as a matter of fact. It's a little out of the price range of things that I like to trade, but I've really started to kind of look into really upping that price range and not going to trade something like Tesla price range. I just don't feel comfortable with my account size like that. It's just kind of my thing. But I went from a $8 to $30 range to now I'm kind of an $8 to $40 range person. I'm really kind of just looking to bust right out of that and kind of throw it right up to $100 range. But again, energy and the stuff looks real good. And again, while it's not anywhere near a lifetime high, we're looking at the year highs. So this was coming through back here, and yes, it was a pullback through there. But then we saw it again here, and we could have said, all right, well, we got to fake out through here. Now we busted through, all right? And again, I'm looking at longer term ideas that, I'm not trying to buy 1,000 shares of something and then it moves $10 against me and I'm, ready to jump off a bridge type of stuff. That's the kind of idea that I'm looking at in this scan here anyways. So just trying to show some versatility of what Trade Ideas does, because like I said, we've got this scan here that Barry's got, and thing had, a couple of decent alerts out of it today. Just a few alerts, so there's not a lot of noise coming out of it, but was this one of the good ones? Let's take a look here. Yeah, so for the people that want to try this faster stuff, all right. This thing came in at 34, and it ran up over $4, and it wasn't like it did it in 2 seconds. Again, you get the alert somewhere right here on this candle. You had here and here and here and here to decide, how is this going to work or not. That was the last gasp of it, and I don't think it's any surprise that that last gasp kind of lines up with that right there, that area that broke down there from yesterday before here, and it's still above the alert level on price. All right, and I believe this was a decent alert here too. Yep, and still sitting comfortably above that alert level. All right, well, time to get in here. Second entry, catching that 8 EMA, that faster moving average. So just kind of showing, all the things that we can do here. Can we do it all? No. Are we everything to everybody? No. But kind of is what it is. I appreciate that, Empower. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it. If nothing else, I'm kind of doing my own homework right now in a sense. Breaking some stuff down for myself and thoughts going into the weekend here. This week was actually my worst week in a long time. I did not have a good trading week. I had some positions on. I did not manage them well. Got stopped out yesterday of some stuff. Of course, watch them reverse today, but stops are stops, and it kind of happened to me, and it just is what it is. But my idea here was, I'm showing some stuff here and showing some stuff here, and again, Holly, she had more losers than winners today, although a couple of them showed some promise through the day. These two winners outweighed all these losers. So, sometimes win percentage also isn't what's important. Sometimes that what am I looking for? Profit factor, that's the word I want. Sometimes profit factor certainly outweighs. So what percentage below highs do you scan for? Well, so generally speaking, my kind of go-to scan, I'm going to have to adjust this now. Let me bring it up here. And I look for things breaking ranges. I've been looking for stuff breaking 20-day ranges a lot over the last couple of years. I'm starting to look at more breaking longer-term ranges to try to put on some longer-term ideas. Because generally, I like a 2, 3, 4-day hold with these 20-day range breaks. So my evening scan. This has been kind of like a big go-to scan for me, and I'm trying to bust out into some more ideas here. And what I've got going on in the scan is looking at stocks that are between $4 and $30. I actually kind of want to make a new version of this $4 to $40. Or I'm maybe going to up it more. And they have to have traded at least 750,000 shares today. The relative volume's got to be 1, meaning they're doing at least their normal volume over the last 10 days, basically. And then I've been trying to look for, it's worked well for me finding stuff that closed well on the day, so 75% above the low of today's range. And then where I'm breaking the range is 75% above the low of the 20-day range. And those are kind of like the sauce of the scan. It's not exactly secret sauce. But I've been finding recently, over the last couple of months, this position and range filter is holding me back from some good ideas that were coming through breaking the 20-day range, but I wasn't seeing them because of today's range. That's it. I mean, I share the scan out readily. I share it again here, and then you can make any adjustments you want from it there. But I did well with it for a while. Not that I'm not doing well with it, but I'm not getting quite the idea generation. I don't know if it's me, the market, a combination of the two things. Just not getting quite the idea generation that I had been previously with it. So I'm going to put a link into it. There's two links that I'm going to put in, as a matter of fact. So we'll go with this one first, what I just showed you. So that's that one, and then I'm gonna share this link first, and then I'll go over that. And basically, it's very similar. I just kind of changed exactly what I said. What was thinking about changing. I kind of changed in this one, and possibly this weekend I'm gonna work on a new evening layout for myself, where I'm involving some more scans. So all right, now let me load that second scan up that I just shared. Da, 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 da. My evening scan updated. Where are you? So, all right, very similar stuff going on. However, if we come into the configure of this one, that price range that I discussed, I put it to 40 here, and I got rid of the position in today's range. So same volume metrics and same breaking out of that 20-day range. It's just that if it closed kind of weak on the day, I still want to see it now. Nope, no floats. I'm not particular on the float. Um, I mean, it's nice when something's got like below 100 million in the float and it looks like some momentum's coming into it on my side, because obviously you can get a little more upside action to that. But if someone's got 500 million in the float, I'm not knocking it. It's just generally speaking, the stuff that happens to come through this scan, I would say is I'd say below 300 million in the float, generally speaking. But I'm not going to discriminate based on float. When I do the scanning, when I go through stuff, yes, I do look at float, and some decision is made there on the float, but it's just a piece of the puzzle. It's not a large piece of the puzzle, I would say. Um, so one other thing I wanted to jump on real quick here, just kind of scatterbrain thoughts right now. I messed with Barry's moving higher with unusually options volume scan today. And what I did was, he uses a new high alert, and I've gotten away from the new high alert pretty much on any time I mess around building a scan, and I'm using this crossed above resistance alert now. And some of the stuff that he had come through today caught it just a touch earlier. I mean, it wasn't like a massive difference, but one day does not make a data set. But so BCS. Did I even catch that with this here? Nope, I didn't even catch that, because we can see there's the divide between yesterday and today. So I didn't even get that, which it happened to not be a good alert anyways. MRIN, so he caught it at 74. I caught it at 61, and about 5 minutes earlier. All right. DOGZ caught it 57. I also caught it at 57, but I caught it at 36, and he caught it at 34, so he wins there. And then VORG, he caught it at 750 and 1026. I caught it about a minute earlier, and I caught it at 721 versus 750. So, one day doesn't make a data set. Some he caught earlier, some he caught and I didn't catch at all like this. But I'm going to throw them side by side and kind of compare them for the next few days and see what's going on there. I just like to build scans for fun. I don't use a lot of them, to be honest, but I got access to the software, subscriber like you guys are. So, I like to play around. It's kind of an adult video game, a modern day video game for me, I suppose. So just some kind of thoughts there. So, all right, we got 9 minutes and change before I wrap it up for the week here on this stream and the work week, although my work week always carries into the weekends here. Any questions or any thoughts or, anything like that, let me know. Yeah, I have a Twitter feed. I don't know if you're gonna find it informative. I mean, I've steered away from anything politics wise. I just always like retweeted stuff from both sides. Crazy stuff that anybody was saying or anything like that, and really have a position on any of these things. I've steered away from all that now. I post some chart stuff. I post some financial stuff or whatever. But I also have some, I'll call them Twitter friends that I mess around and post, junk there too. So, CVARLEY 1734. That's where you'll find me on Twitter. You find me informative and you like it, great. And if not, no hard feelings or anything like that. Um, I try to keep out all the other nonsense as much as possible. I do like to poke fun once in a while at some things, but you know, life is life. You gotta laugh, right? Da, 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 da. Interesting. So this is coming up on my evening scan there. Yeah, if you're looking for some good follows, man, on Twitter. Look for JC Peretz All Star Charts. That's what you want to look for. Make sure, be careful because there's a lot of, I don't know how much Twitter experience you have or use, but a lot of people that um, run scam accounts with some of the big, what I consider one of the bigger names, and really try to mess with you. So like, someone with All Star Charts, his handle was trying to get to me today, like join my whatever. I'm like, yeah, okay. But here all. And anybody associated with All Star Charts is good stuff. Alpha Trends, that's Brian Shannon. He's another one. Yeah, exactly. All kinds of stuff like that. He's another great one. Um, if you do happen to follow me, you can go through like people that I'm following. Now I'm a follow back person. As long as someone's an active poster, I'll follow them back always. I don't care what they post, to be honest. As long as it's not just like complete nonsense. Um, but you can go through there. There's definitely some good names on there. Some different you could check out people like if you follow the CMT Association, and UMA. I think Optima. That's another one. They're really good. So people associated with that or those accounts themselves. I learned a lot from a lot of this stuff. Um, so some good places to head and some good directions. And I have no affiliation with any of these people. Or anything like that. I gain nothing if you follow them. Yeah, Brian's really good stuff. I mean, the saying of all sayings, only price pays. That's all that matters. So, um, so all right, I wasn't even paying attention to the close here. So we closed weak-ish on the SPY, hovering back down towards the lower end of the newer upper range or whatever you want to call it. right, let's throw. I just want to throw up a ETF sector list. What am I looking for? Where are you? There you go. I'm not used to having so many scans open during the day. I'm messing around with all this stuff here. Um, let's see, position and range from yesterday, or change from close from yesterday. So see what got weak today. China. So China shot out of a cannon yesterday, and it looks strong again. So I mean, you wonder, when does the reversal come? I know they have tons of bad economic data, but usually when it's like the worst economic data is coming out is when the reversal actually starts to happen. This was a falling knife beyond a falling knife here, so all these lower highs, but you have to base somewhere. I don't think it's gonna exactly rip, and 2 days does not make a trend, but all the same, anyways, we take the data and do our job with that. Same with the FXI, that's your large cap Chinese stocks. So same thing, couple of good days for that there. We'll see. Is it a trend reversal? It's possible. Anything's possible. A lot of the natural gas stocks are not exactly coupled with this here. And those are the ones that I'm going to be interested in when I'm scanning through this weekend. Finding natural gas stocks that have held up well after that happened. Because if natural gas gets rolling, we know what it can do, especially the stocks, and finding the right ones. Throw out a weak one or two here. So what got weak on us? The bios. It's just. Or sorry, this is home builders. I wasn't looking. That's your bio. XBI, XHB. Interesting. So this was a leader coming out of the end of the year. We had all that range, and then like a spring, it shot up. We've got this range here now, though. So now we've got to wonder, what do we do here? I like to draw these range boxes. Testing the bottom of it. Are we headed back down? I'm just going to wipe out what we've done here in the last few months, or are we going to keep scrolling up? So that'll be an interesting one to watch for the home builders. There's bio. That's just ugly. I ain't got no words for that. I mean, look how far back you got to go to find support. When you're reaching that far back for support, it's not good. Not good at all. We'll see. We'll see if they can get out of their way. So, all right, everybody, I'm gonna wrap this up. I appreciate all the questions, the comments, all that stuff like that. I'm here Monday through Friday, market days, anyways, and always find us at info@trade-ideas.com. Throw that in here real quick over the weekend for emails, any questions, comments, concerns. Info, you as well, my friend. Thank you. I really appreciate you hanging out and keeping me company. So there we go. Anybody that's here, they want to reach out over the weekend, you'll find us there. And that's that. That's a wrap. So everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves wherever you are. If you got snow, get some sleigh riding in. If you got sun and fun, get some beach time in. All right, take care.